What time is— oh my god! I gotta turn this place on, like, right now! Alright, that's better. Now, where was— oh my god, thank you?! Before we get into things, welcome to Season 2. I actually built myself a room in this blue void. How things will work, I'll explain later on, but for now we need to get into our topic. Dopamine! Dopamine is that sensation in your brain where you have a chance of getting something big. You don't care how rare it is, how expensive it is, you just know that you want it and you have a chance to get it. This is what a lot of games like Pet Simulator do. They give you a chance of getting something good, and if you get it, then good job, you get some stuff. However, there have been some games popping up on Roblox which take this concept to the extreme. It all started around a month ago when a YouTuber named Sketch made a video on a game called Sol's RNG. And while yeah, the game's popularity had been growing since then, it had really started to pick up once this video was made. Eventually, the game peaked at over 100,000 players. Now, as they say, every good thing has a carbon copy, so that's what we're going to check out today. There are tons of these RNG games on Roblox nowadays, so we're going to check out a lot of them. Study their mechanics, see how they monetize, etc, etc. So strap in, because we're going to delve into the world of RNG games. Starting off, we have Sol's RNG, where it's time for me to explain the basics. Most of these games have two factors that affect your odds of getting things: the biome and the time of day. You'll generally have statuses for this kind of stuff on the screen somewhere. However, for a beginner like me, this doesn't really matter. Now, the main gimmick of Sol's RNG is that you roll for auras. The auras in question are particles that are around your body or whatever. The really rare ones have abilities, but there's no way in hell I'm getting any of them. I'd rather make an I hate this topic video. Now, you're probably wondering, what good do these auras have? Well, exactly what you think, to get better auras. Every RNG game has a crafting system. You put a certain amount of auras in, you get a glove out. Well, either a glove or some other luck manipulating device. The point is, these items give you luck. The more luck you have, the rarer the stuff you get. There can be other factors that manipulate luck too, like for example, you can do some obbies to get bonuses, there are luck potions you can find, etc, etc. Also, every 10 spins, or rolls as these games put it, you get double luck. There's also the ability to get an auto roll and a quick roll. How you get these is determined by the creator, in which it can either be for ROBUX, for a certain amount of rolls, or either one. Luckily in Sol's RNG, you automatically get auto roll. Also, to make you more excited, there are star animations, or really just animations in general. Whenever you get something rare, an animation plays, and good job, you got something. So, those are all of the basics of an RNG game. So let's see how other games build upon this. Anime Roulette just has a lot more Robux spending than Sol's RNG, except it's all based off anime stuff. Now, obviously, no anime would even dare to license an RNG game, so this is just unlicensed generic names and stuff. By the way, due to this genre being so new, a lot of the stuff in these games are gonna be unfinished. Now, the main difference between this game and Sol's RNG are the super rolls. Super rolls are obtainable via either codes or Robux. They cycle through all of the ones that you want before giving you absolute garbage. Why? Because it encourages you to spend more Robux, of course. Like, it's 2,500 Robux for 50 super spins, come on. No crafting in this one either, that's for a future update. Aura RNG actually has a unique mechanic to this. You can combine the auras you get. I was not exactly sure how to combine them, but you could, because I saw other people did combine them. Other than that, it's just a simplistic RNG game, but with quite a bit more monetization. One thing I noticed is that you can just straight up buy the rare auras. Like, what's the point of playing the game if you can just buy all of the rare auras with Robux? That just completely defeats the purpose of playing the game. Plus, they have that stupid, like, oh, buy this and then you get the next one thing with the luck boost. And even a $5 a month subscription. Like, come on. I mean, like, I know it's a new feature, but still. I mean, at least they know how to monetize it. Like, there are also other random things like upgrades, fishing, PvP with the abilities that you get, etc., etc. I don't know. This one just feels a bit scummier than the other ones. Now that we've looked at 3 of some of the most popular ones, I think we have enough information to determine the general theming of RNG games. That being just keep spinning until you get lucky. Now, I shouldn't have to say that this entire concept is just a premium payout farm. At least Pet Simulator makes it look cool so that you play more. With RNG games, it's literally text on a screen. However, we've barely scratched the surface of this new genre, so why don't we just take a look at more of them? RNG Legends feels more like a case opening game than an RNG game. You see, every rarity has a number. Depending on what number you get, that's your RNG value that you gain. Gain enough coins, which you get through getting RNG points, I guess, to rebirth, and get enough rebirths to ascend. It's very linear progression opposed to other RNG games where if you get lucky, you just win. At the very least, this game is unique enough to distinguish itself from the other RNG games, but it just feels a bit tedious, especially considering how you need 10,000 rolls in order to unlock auto roll. I mean, yeah, you could just use an auto clicker, but still. I can't really find anything unique about Studs RNG, other than I literally saw players open 1 roll per frame, which was pretty insane in my opinion. I'm not sure what kind of upgrades you had to buy in order to get that, but I do know that you can earn coins some way in which allow you to purchase upgrades. It doesn't feel bad, this just feels like an alternative Sol's RNG. Oh my god, they found the house! How did they find the house? Oh hi, Msirats, my not evil twin, how'd you get here?
Pet Simulator RNG.
Wait, what? Pet Simulator RNG! Yes, they combined pet opening into the RNG games. It's as bad as it sounds, or really as clever as it sounds. These so-called free-to-play upgrades can be purchased with Robux immediately, and you can buy different dice with Robux. Oh yeah, and a UGC store, because why not? There are different dice, different potions, and stuff. I would have thought that you would just craft pets with the auras, but instead, you craft auras with the pets. While I was testing out the game, however, I did something incredible.
Oh my god!
I had somehow managed to open a 1 in 5,000 roll. This was rarer than what the majority of players in my server had. And considering how every pet had an aura, this one looked really good. Obviously it wasn't like the greatest thing in the world, but I'm still pretty happy that I got this. With that being said, the game is still like really pay to win and stuff, either premium payouts or just straight up spending Robux. I mean, they gotta do what they gotta do for monetization. It's not like you need to get this kind of pet for the hunt or something. There's nothing really that much to say about Flex Your RNG. It just seems to be like a clone of Sol's RNG pretending to be its own thing. That's the thing with these kinds of games that ride trends. It's just, they pretend to be their own thing in order to gain a larger audience, because, like, if you say then it's inspired by one game, you're obviously gonna have people who want to try the original and are gonna find that it's better. Am I saying that this developer did that? No, but it's a possibility. Anime RNG is basically the exact same as the last one, being just a generic RNG game, except again, with unlicensed anime characters. Yay, my favorite. I mean, the GUIs are cool, and it changes your clothes depending on your aura, but I mean, besides that, there's nothing really for me to talk about. Has this like enchantment feature where it's basically upgrades, except you can buy different spells and stuff. I assume it's random, however I haven't tried it. Also, you can just purchase enchantments, I guess. Besides that and the upgrade system, it just feels like another RNG game where you can buy luck boosts and stuff. Aku's RNG just seems like another generic in-development one. However, 4 rolls in, something amazing happened. Yeah, not as good a pull as in Rift RNG, however, 1 in 1,000 was still pretty good. But that begs the question, what's the point? Is the entire point of spending hours, days, weeks, months on these kinds of games just for the dopamine rush? Just for the slight chance you get something? Because that seems to be all we've talked about so far. At least with simulators you get useful stuff in game, but like, this is just pointless. Well, we still have a few more games to talk about, so I guess let's just get those done. Card RNG is unique because you don't just draw for one thing, you draw for 4 things. Auras, abilities, emotes, and stats. Not gonna lie, having a 1 in 100 chance for 10 jumps is pretty good. 10 jumps isn't double jumps. Then again, stats and abilities are pretty pointless if you're just going to use the emotes and the auras. Plus, you can't even use the boosts for Obbies. I feel like this is in the right direction, but it's just not there yet in my opinion. There's nothing much in Hades RNG other than the fact that I guess they're presuming to be a creator of some of the auras for Saul's RNG. I mean, like, I'm not sure how true this is, but if so, then cool, I guess. Good for you. And finally, we have Kraken's RNG, which is the exact same thing we've seen before. I'm starting to notice a pattern here. Also, the game just leaks the names of the super rare ones to you as you're rolling. Like, come on, man, at least increase intensity by just showing you the rare ones only when you actually get it in the preview poll. Or like, whatever you call it. Either way, though, I think we've seen enough here. These games claim to be gambling at its core, where the only thing you're gambling is your own time. And on Roblox, with premium payouts, time is money. The particle effects don't matter. Nothing in the game matters if it's just gonna die off soon. That is, if the game dies off at all because of how promoted it is. The Roblox algorithm favors these kinds of games. Games that can attract players for a long amount of time. The games that we've looked at so far are the laziest form of dopamine I can imagine. It is literally push a button and pray. And yet somehow, some way, people are attracted to it like flies. This obviously isn't the worst thing on Roblox. There are much, much worse things than this. But for now though, I think it's safe to say that this is one of the worst trend genres on Roblox. I mean, at least it isn't those sus games. Oh my god, I'd vomit just talking about them. I did get lucky in these games, but it didn't matter. Moral of the story, don't gamble, even if it's for your time. Either way, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all
I'm still here.
Okay, why are you still here?
Hey, you should make a simulator video. They're really cool. Like, simulators are actually goated. They are the most awesome thing I have ever played in my life.
Oh hey, he's gone now. How convenient. Simulator games, whether you love them or hate them, they exist and they're here to stay, probably, maybe. I've dabbled in simulators in the past, and they were not good. Most of it was just click a button multiple times or just have an auto-clicker on and wait as the premium payouts for the developer roll in. They were mostly harmless though. They weren't really like actively copy-pasting the same game over and over to make as much money as possible. Nobody would do that. Of course somebody did that. You read the title of this video. Let's just get on with it. We begin our journey into the depths of Roblox with Lumberjack Simulator. Yeah, remember this game? This is just the same game as Pull a Sword! Like, actually, the exact same game! Yep, we're back here again. For the people who didn't watch my hour-long analysis on The Hunt, your goal of this game is to keep clicking until you're able to fight the random NPCs. Now, this game has interesting monetization features. Aside from the obvious like the game and join the group pet, we have other things. First of all, there are tons of things that give bonuses in this game. Fruits, which can obviously give click multipliers. Clicks, which you get by clicking, yeah, obviously. Trails, I don't know how you get them. And axes, which you get by defeating the opponents. Of course, the longer players play your game, the more money you get. So obviously, you have a 45-minute pet pack, a 23-minute OP magma egg, which it claims, an OP space egg for 18 minutes, and finally, of course, the daily rewards with bootleg characters. All of which has its progress reset if you leave the game. Why? Because of premium payout! Or spending Robux, but that's obvious. Now, what's in the Robux shop? A weekly limited pet, 2 limited eggs, a crap ton of game passes, 3 different versions of VIP where if you own all 3 you get a secret pet, 3 different pet equip passes, which if you own all 3 you get a secret pet, 3 different luck and swing speed passes, which you get a secret pet, and extremely overpriced limited stock pets, with prices going all the way up to 15,000 Robux! Trails, which increase speed and power, I guess, instant fruit bonuses, potions for increasing the amount of stats you get, and obviously the rip-off stat packs. I have played Roblox for 7 years and I have never seen this heavy monetization, ever. If you don't have any of these game passes, it'll probably take dozens of hours to complete the game, which either way, premium payouts if you own premium. Why would you even pay for any of this if the game is literally just auto-clicker simulator? There are even free auto-train and auto-fight passes. There is no gameplay! Okay, but it's one game. If I check the developer, there aren't going to be more. Okay, so apparently they own like 25 different studios. Alright, I guess! Catching Simulator. Okay, so it's like Pokemon, right? Nope, it is the exact same game as before. The pets that you catch are the equivalent of the axes, so why wouldn't these count as pets? Instead, they're just like paws for some reason? Like, why not make them actual pets? This doesn't make sense. Besides the same playtime eggs, we have a $5 a month membership? Which immediately gives you access to overpowered stuff, which completely defeats the purpose of the game? There isn't even Robux involved this time, it's just actual money! Everything else monetization-wise is the exact same besides the free like the game pet, including notifications too. Overall, this feels a lot more updated than the last one we played, but not in a good way. Flag Battle does look different in terms of its style, however it's still the exact same game that we've already seen before in multiple different scenarios. I mean, there's like less Robux stuff, but they do have a Christmas event pass. Yeah, this game's abandoned as hell, and yes, it is a battle pass, except with daily rewards now, ooh. Another tactic this game uses is free UGC, with all of them out of stock now, amazing. You'd probably have to play the game for hours on end to get them, so again, premium payouts, yay. But besides that, it's, again, the exact same game. Weightlifting Simulator may look better, however, don't be fooled, this is still the exact same game. The eggs do look like 1,000,000,000 times better than the other ones. This one has an actual battle pass instead of just daily rewards. Still very scummy, but, I mean, at least they put effort into it. Surprisingly enough, I found a seemingly well put together Easter event. Yeah, the main gameplay for the currency was boring as hell, literally just walking around and collecting stuff. But at least they tried. I wonder what to play next. Pillow Fighting Simulator, Pillow Battle Simulator, Pillow Fighting, Pillow Fighters, Pillow Battles Simulator, Pillow Battles, Pillow Fighters Simulator. All of the games I mentioned redirect to the main game, the one with players. Now, the main concern I have is that the old games actually have favorites and visits. If you bought the game passes and pets from those old games, do they carry over to the new one? Or does your progress just reset to nothing, and all of the money you spent? This entire thing just turned from really scummy to actually illegal. You can't just sell products in a game, close the game down, and then a week later make a new game with the exact same stuff in it with you needing to rebuy everything. At least the other games didn't do that. What if they do start doing that, though? This game in particular doesn't really have anything unique to talk about. It's just the exact same thing as that we played before. Let's check back in on Pull a Sword, you know, the other game that they made that got in the hunt for some dang reason. This game has a ton of free UGC. However, a lot of it's already out of stock. This game has a unique mechanic, being if you actually complete some of the NPC quests, like, you know, this guy, for example, you get a piece of a pet. Not an actual pet, 1/30th of a pet. In which you could also use those pieces to create better pets. 9,999 of 3 different pet types for one thing. Oh my god. This game also has a gift for playing for 30 minutes. Now, the interesting thing is that there's one pet you can get for a 90% chance, and then there's a 10% chance for a tier 2 gift, in which that has a 10% chance for a tier 3 gift, which has a 1% chance to get the best thing. Meaning, you have a 1 in 10,000 chance to get this one pet for playing for 30 minutes. Or you could just pay 900 Robux for 10 rolls. They also have gift packs where you can just get all of the random stuff that they throw at you in this game. There's also a credit system. 30 minutes equals 1 credit. You can spend these on 500 credit plus items. Okay, I get it if it's like 1 credit per minute, but 30 minutes for 1 credit! To get the cheapest item in the shop, you need to spend 37 hours straight playing this game. They'll have probably made hundreds of Robux from you off the premium payouts if you do that. At least, like, the dragon looks well modeled. That's the only good thing I can say. Toilet Battle Simulator's the exact same thing we've seen before, except with Skibbity Toilet. Yay! My favorite thing in the world! The only difference is that you actually need to go to a punching bag to train. But this person wasn't all just copy-paste. One of their first games that I found was a game called Punch a Friend. Yes, it had basically the exact same game as before, except now it's not like timed and instead you just, you know, beat up your friends as NPCs. It didn't nearly have as much monetization as the other games. However, this does come at the cost of having the environments look extremely bland. Plus, they still have that bootleg Luffy pet. Now, I don't want to end this video without talking about their race games. This is their second type of copy-paste games, with their own set of UGC and their own set of code. Yeah, they have the exact same monetization tactics down to the pets that they have, but still. Instead of Auto-Click Simulator, it's Hold W Simulator. In the one I'm playing right now, you are a butterfly. Now, what interests me about this is the amount of new monetization stuff they have. They have magic now. Either you pay for specific magic or you pay for magic loot boxes. Oh yeah, and there are also limited skins, cause why not? Oh yeah, and also the same pets and stuff that you could buy for a limited time. Their counterparts, Dragon Race and Bee Race, are exactly the same thing. Truly a testament to how far we've come as a society. And that is all of the X-Frozen simulators. Yay! So that leaves us with the question, why were any of these made? Either you have to be really, really bored, or you are a literal toddler if you want to play this game. I mean, I can tell that that's this game's target audience. Not to mention that the icons, thumbnails are just filled with toddler meme culture that died months ago. I'm aware that there are tons of other studios like this, however, I'm not even going to begin talking about them. The point is, these games were made to exploit kids. All I can hope is that this doesn't become a new trend on Roblox like it did with RNG games. Then again, kids are the demographic of most simulators. Yeah, there are good simulators, but of course, what we looked at was basically the opposite. With that being said, we're done here. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Shouldn't something happen right now?
Hey, can you make J2 Part 4?
I'll think about it. Alright, now that I convinced Msirats to leave, now I have this place all to myself again. Strasm, how did you find my house?
Play the Obbies! The Obbies! The Obbies! The Obbies! The Obbies! The
Enough! I'll play them if it makes you shut up.
Yippee!
Obbies, or obstacle courses, spiked in popularity from what I can assume around 7 years ago, however it might be earlier. This was probably due to the boom in the amount of YouTubers like DanTDM playing Roblox. In Obbies, you have one purpose: get to the end. While some Obbies can be harder than others, most of the ones you find will be pretty easy. Yeah, there were microtransactions, sure, but premium payouts weren't a thing at the time. This was a simpler era of Roblox, back when we used Builders Club instead. Over time, though, Obbies became less and less popular, and started to be replaced with tycoons and simulators. So, where does that leave us now? Not in a very good spot, that's for sure.
It's peak!
The horrors that you just witnessed through that video is what I'm going to go through today. We're going to go through all of the worst Obbies on Roblox and see what's bad about them. There are going to be games that let you skip the whole thing instantly, games that let you shut down the server. It's gonna get wild, which is why I'm going to give you the mandatory watch until the end for the watch time. Anyways, enough yapping, let's just get on with the first game. Welcome to Escape Amanda Obby. You know it's gonna be good when the background is a PNG. And that there are rebirths. Oh boy, this game is gonna be fun, isn't it? Immediately upon joining the game, we are greeted with a UGC wheel and leaderboard. Unfortunately, no matter what I did, it just did not seem to work. Not that the wheel didn't work, it just didn't award me the items for some reason. Probably because they were out of stock. Besides that fluke, let's go ahead and check out the unremovable product placement button. The Amanda Morph, explode everybody, explode someone, kick somebody, finish the game, shut down the server, foggy sky, low gravity, speed boost, and server skip. Along with your typical Obby stuff with, you know, the casual admin sword and stuff. Oh wow, stolen morphs, my favorite thing ever! Oh yeah, and also a free Game Pass timer because premium payouts. But enough of the Robux stuff. What's the actual game like? Well, you know those things in like video games where you have a bunch of yellow paint to guide you? That's basically this entire game. This game is so pandered towards toddlers that every single thing needs an explanation. Case in point, this door where you need to find 2 buttons to open it. Oh no guys, where's the button? I have no idea where the button is! The game is also like barely themed off Amanda the Adventure, like there are crappy models and that's it. But yeah, a really good precedent of what's to come. Escape the Pet Shop is a totally original scenario that definitely does not take inspiration from any other game whatsoever. I chose hard difficulty because normal difficulty sounds like it would be a chore. Now, what's the first thing you see this time? A server leaderboard for some reason that only displayed one name, either that only one person decided to complete the obby, or it's just bugged. Now, the shop, however, was a different story. They had, like, a bunch of stuff like, you know, telekinesis, trap other players, being able to buy everything for, like, $20, and a Morph pass, which, if you're playing the game in first person, does it really matter? I mean, you can jump scare people, but that isn't really worth the cost of 499 Robux. Also, there's this like random photo of an owl that like I assume is AI generated? I'm not entirely sure though. After the world's greatest chase sequence with the pet catcher, we make our way to the vent. And we get into the basement. Yeah, this is a pretty common trope with all of these games. The idea is just taken from Barry's prison escape, and it seems like all of these first-person obbies do the same thing with it. Instead of iterating on the concept, it's just the same game with the same tropes over and over again. I mean, at least Escape the Pet Shop had a roller coaster. That was, like, pretty cool, I guess. I'll give it credit for that. But besides that, it just felt bland and boring in my opinion. Hopefully we don't get another game that's based off Barry's prison escape. Yeah, I don't really have any excuse for this one. This is just Barry's prison run, except everyone is on a bike for some reason. Literally everything here is stolen, so I'm not going to talk about it, because if I do talk about it, it would just be a review of Barry's prison run. Escape Baby Granny was literally so broken, I could jump out of the ceiling in the first room. I tried my hardest to break the game and skip to the end, however I just couldn't find a way even with jumping out of the place. Eventually I just decided to give up and play the actual game. It starts out as basically a ripoff of Granny, and then you go into the sewer, just like usual. Say, I'm curious, what's this game's error count like? Jesus Christ! How can you overlook an error every frame?
Don't worry, I'm sure it's nothing that bad.
This entire game feels free-modeled and crappily made. Don't play it. We've been through enough mascot escape games though. Let's try something else. You know the game's gonna be good when you see an HD admin pop up. They weren't kidding when they said that this was easy. You can literally beat most of the game by just walking. Not even jumping, just walking. Also, why do you need pets in an obby game? They might as well have called this obby but you can't jump. That would make things a billion more times entertaining than this crap. Be careful what you wish for. Before we start, I'd like to mention how you can enable the jump button for Robux. Why would you even add that? That defeats the purpose of the entire game! Your gimmick is that you can't jump! Why would you remove that if you pay? Now, of course, walking by the obvious free morph wall and turning into Palmer from Circus and Lonky Bix, I guess, we get to play the game. For some reason, the first room is an outside prison cell, which I guess gives off the vibe that we're in a prison that we're escaping, despite being in a sky void.
It adds to the immersion!
This is literally the most conceivably easy gameplay ever. I mean, like, the conveyors kind of add a difference to it. However, this game is made for little toddlers, so there's no point in making it hard. I've had enough of this. Generic anime flame transition, go! Obby, but you can't see. The obby where you can't see, except you can see because this game was made for toddlers. Yeah, the game claims, like, you know, blindness and stuff. However, like, it's so bright that, like, the blindness doesn't even matter. I mean, you can always invite your friend to spend Robux, or, I don't know, remove the gimmick entirely? Or just skip to the end, but that's a given at this point. This game just serves no challenge whatsoever. It's just meh. Drag Dentist Obby was the most interesting for me, because this isn't an obby. I mean, yeah, it is an obby, but that's not the game's primary purpose. For you see, this is a simulator disguised as an obby, complete with game passes, rebirths, and all. Gem farming area and everything.
My favorite game is Obby, but your skibbity stars on Prison Grow Teamwork Obby 3, the simulator! Yeah!
The actual obby itself was more unique than other simulators, because you actually had to drag stuff in this game, except the physics were so broken that boxes could just fling you across the map. Yeah, the game was greedy as hell, but hey, at least it was like kinda fun for me. Welcome to Teamwork Morphs, featuring my favorite character from Battle for Dream Island, Cyclops Rocket. Forget Endgame, this is the biggest crossover of the century! I mean, look at this character lineup! After joining a lobby, this felt very, very similar to another game that we've played in the past. It's probably nothing. These puzzles are incredibly short and do not require any sort of thought at all. If you have an IQ over 70, you could probably solve this with some friends. I tried beating a level, however I was working with literal brain-dead idiots, so I could not complete it. Oh boy, the last game we're playing today! I hope it's gonna be good! Welcome to Amazing Circus Prison Run, featuring your favorite characters, Blacktooth, Doll, Rabbit Blue, Bear Big, Blue Skeleton, Girl Doll, Big Purple Cat, Black Doll, Rainbow Cat, Rainbow Bear, Purple Cat, Bunny Black, Round, Snowball, and Clown. After making our way through world's most generic platforming section, we finally make our way to the first enemy. They're apparently called zombies, in which I have no idea how that thing looks like a zombie. So we have to grab a TNT, but once we do... our first morph, featuring its own jump scare. After progressing through the labyrinth of hell a bit more, we unlock our next morph. We unlock Round, but oh no, our good friend Doll has been infected with the zombie. Better use our jump scare attack, also known as this dubstep music that I am voicing over to not get copyrighted. I like where this game is going, but at the end of the day, it's just still Amazing Circus Prison Run. And just like that, we arrive at the end once more. All of the things we looked at were obviously geared towards children. Amazing Circus Prison Run proved that. Even though I did mention these types of obbies before, I haven't really gone into detail about them until now. And I'm glad I did, because this is like genuine garbage.
I thought it was good. I thought all of it was good, in fact. I love this kind of stuff.
I mean this in the rudest way possible. Just screw off.
Okay, see you in like 2 episodes. Bye!
Obviously, monetizing children is a very big tactic in Roblox, considering how tons and tons of kids are on that platform. Being the most popular MMO of all time, it's bound to have a majority of players that are children. And yeah, you can make tons of money off them, but you gotta give up your dignity. This also runs the question of what happens when those kids grow up. Will they look back on your game as a masterpiece, or will they look back at it saying, why did I even like this? But does it really matter when you always get a new batch of kids? It's not like the market's gonna go away anytime soon. I don't know, I just feel like it's better to create a product that people remember fondly, instead of just content farm, amazing digital circus slop. At least that's my opinion. But either way, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
So, what do we even do here?
I don't know, your guess is as good as mine. The only thing I can think of is to, I guess, like, wait until that door appears again.
Wait, I see a game over there!
Wait, they actually have something in this place? One Deal or No Deal arcade machine.
Pet Simulator 99 is one of the most popular games on Roblox, and for good reason. Awesome visuals, tons of pets to collect, a billion different items. It's no wonder that the game's considered the best simulator on Roblox. So that begs the question, what the hell were they thinking with Pet Simulator 2? As I mentioned before, Pet Simulator is one of the most popular franchises on Roblox. Yeah, it's a bit controversial, but at the same time, it's still a quality product in my opinion. There are 4 games in the Pet Simulator lineup: Pet Simulator 1, 2, X, and 99. The most popular being the last 2. But from what I noticed at the player counts front, Pet Simulator 2 never broke 10 people playing at once, despite how popular the series is. And the fact that Pet Simulator 1 still has over 100 people playing. So, what gives? Well, to answer that question, we're going to have to go back to the beginning. It's the dawn of 2019, and Pet Simulator 1 is all but confirmed dead. The game had 15 updates, and even back then, it was regarded as the best simulator in Roblox. However, there was one issue. The game had an absolutely massive duping problem with no way to solve it at the time. Alongside that, the merchandise pet basically made you win the game because it was 50 times more powerful than the best pet in the game at the time. Playing the game past that would be pointless because you already have the best thing if you bought the plush. And on February 1st, 2019, it was confirmed that Pet Simulator 1 was dead. But of course, they wouldn't just let their most popular project die that easily. Which is why only 1 week later, they teased another Pet Simulator game. Now, despite this being over 5 years ago, I remember being super excited for this. These graphics were amazing at the time. And after just a short wait, we got more teasers of Pet Simulator 2. The models they created back then are still used today, which surprises me. In fact, a lot of stuff from Pet Simulator 2 was reused for the later games, primarily because they wanted to go with a new visual direction. And then we got our first blog post. Areas will be called worlds, each with their own theme and special things to discover, all the while having their own music and pets for each one of them. It was going to be expansive. At least, that's what they claimed. We also got screenshots of what these new worlds would look like. And at the time, they were incredible, at least compared to Pet Simulator 1 with extremely bland environments. This game was going to be the future of simulators, the greatest simulator anybody has played and ever will play. Now, another thing I assume everyone was curious about. Will my Game Passes carry over to the new game? Their answer? No, of course not. Like, it's big games, what did you expect? In fact, there were no Game Passes! At all! Everything that would be obtainable through Game Passes is now through free upgrades. And I'm not gonna lie, I audibly laughed when I saw big games tweet hashtag no pay to win. Like, that is literally the opposite of their business model nowadays. And after 7 months of waiting, we had to wait almost another 3 months. And after that, we finally got Pet Simulator 2. Well, let's hop right in, shall we?
Alright, here we go! I give you...
Pet Simulator 2. But Starism, I thought the game was good! I thought so too, welcome to the real world. Yeah, this game is an absolute slog to even get to the first area. Now, the primary difference between this game and Pet Simulator 1 is that the rewards don't automatically go in your inventory. Instead, they spawn as orbs where you collect it manually by clicking. This game wasn't just anti-pay to win, it was also anti-AFK. As for upgrades, you had things like extra strength, extra inventory slots, extra pets equipped. Oh yeah, and 9 pets equipped for 80 hours of playtime. Oh yeah, and remember them saying that there weren't gonna be any Robux purchases? Yeah, well that was a lie. You could get a free pet that was overpowered at release, 250 inventory slots, and another equipped pet for the low price of 2,700 Robux. At the very least, you could redeem your old Pet Simulator 1 Game Passes for 4 days of VIP. Oh yeah, also, you want to access trading? Pay for VIP. Trading, mind you, wasn't even available on release. Now, enough talk about how the game is bad. How does the game actually progress? You start out doing what you would normally do in a Pet Simulator game. Break breakables. 4 to 8 coins are obtainable per small coin, and you need 350 coins for the first egg. I got so bored that I had to trade my pets from my main account. Now, instead of usually spending coins to unlock the areas, you actually have to get EXP, which is another obtainable currency that you can get through breakables. Specifically, you need level 20 to get there. For me, that took me 30 minutes after 20 minutes getting the overpowered pets. I cannot imagine how awful it must have been for new players in this game. I mean, yeah, the upgrades would help over time, but it just... not very good in terms of pacing. There was no auto open, and the rarest pet at the spawn egg that you could get was only 0.1%. After reaching level 20, you could go to the beach zone. This included an egg with a 0.07% non-legendary pet. What's interesting about legendary pets though, is that you actually need to unlock the ability to hatch them by opening 100 eggs. I actually like this concept, unlocking basically vital features for the game naturally. In a simulator like this, that basically seems like a pretty good idea on paper. Anyways, so, after you unlock the beach zone, you get access to all those new pets and breakables. And that was it. No, I am not kidding. That was all of the release content you got for Pet Simulator 2. Unless you have VIP. Yes, the only way to get to the last area of the game is if you have VIP. So much for no pay to win! I'm sorry, but why would you advertise your game as not being pay to win, then immediately make the only way to access your endgame content is behind a paywall? That's just plain dumb! In fact, that's just false advertising! The jungle area itself had a brand new batch of pets and a few chests too. If you weren't at this stage in the game with VIP, too bad. And then, around a week later, we had Update 1. Pet Simulator 2 reintroduced golden pets in Update 1, however, not in the way you'd expect. Instead of just combining a certain amount of pets like the old game, now you had to gamble your pets away. The more of the same pet you put in, the better your odds. Don't hit the jackpot? Too bad, your pets are gone forever. They also added a free-to-play way to get VIP. However, it was extremely rare and had an extremely little amount of time to use it. Update 2 introduced the desert world. Yay! I should mention that as these updates were going on, you only unlocked the one from the previous update in the next one. Players would have to wait to unlock the winter world until Update 2. Update 3 introduced trading, but only for VIP members. What's interesting is that VIP members could actually send trades to non-VIP members. Yeah, you could trade with people reliably, it's just that at least one of the people in the trade needed VIP. Another thing I noticed is that you can actually trade coins, something that no other Pet Simulator game did. Not that it really mattered since you needed EXP to level up in order to go to the different areas. This update also introduced big chests, which, I mean, good for you, I guess? Update 4 introduced rainbow pets, which were basically the same thing as gold pets, but they costed more, and they were better. I mean, hey, at least the odds were better than golden pets. Leaderboards were also added. Why would you wait until now to implement them? That's literally a given for every simulator. I mean, I'm not sure about at the time, but still, it's basically a necessity nowadays. There was also a volcano world, which, in my opinion, looked pretty cool. Kind of gave a Jurassic Park vibe. I mean, hey, with enough time, this game could actually be good. And they scrapped the game and announced Pet Simulator X in half a year. Well, that just happened. To be honest, I can't really tell what people's opinions were on this back then. At the time, the bar was literally in the floor, so I could assume that people thought the game was good, but it had some problems. That being bugs, no multi-delete at launch, and, of course, them backing down on not being pay to win. They still thought the game was good, surprisingly. I mean, that's at least what I can assume. Nowadays, Big Games has basically redacted this game from their history, removing it from their webpage and taking it off their blogs. The game is now Big Games Pet's lowest rated game, and is now always under 10 players, marking an end to Pet Simulator 2. And that was the story of a game built off failed promises. Of course, Pet Simulator X would prove to be a lot better, however, the damage had already been done. A lot of people have surprisingly forgotten Pet Simulator 2 and moved on to the newer entries of the game. However, now, people like me and you will always remember the failure of Pet Simulator 2. In my personal opinion, this game was like fine for what it was at the time. Obviously it was lackluster, but still, it entertained me. The sad thing is, I think that this could have been a lot more if they handled it properly. The upgrades idea was genuinely promising. But of course, they had to make those shady business decisions, which basically ruined the game. It was doomed from the moment they decided to make the endgame areas restricted by a paywall. I just wish things would have ended up differently. But we don't really have to worry about that right now. I gotta get back to going to Pet Simulator 99. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
16th, let's see some low values.
Damn it!
Alright, now that I finally talked about Pet Simulator 2, now what do I do? Considering how they had the courtesy to knock, that must be Msirats. God, he must be mad after I put him in there. Look, before you say anything!
What are you talking about? I'm just here to show you my new game.
This is literally just Murder Mystery 2.
No, it's my own thing.
Okay, well I thought you came here to talk about—
Oh yeah, also, why did you leave me in there?
Look, it was a last minute thing, okay? I didn't have time to make all the preparations I needed.
Okay, fine, I guess I can't stay mad at you for too long. I'm just gonna look around this place for a bit, you do your own thing.
Anyways, hi! Back in February, I made a video talking about the rise of modded games on Roblox. Games that basically just take a game that's popular and put their own, quote, spin on it. Usually involving a bunch of cheap Robux purchases to get overpowered stuff that would be in the normal game. And while I did do justice on that topic in that video, there are some more modded games that I want to talk about today. Which is what this video is for. Considering how I literally just explained modded games 30 seconds ago, I'm going to assume that you know it already because you do. Let's get right into it then. My Restaurant Modded is the first game we're going to check out, and this is the worst example that I have. Well, worst in terms of morality, I guess. Because this is a one-to-one copy of the original game. If not, some limited items are on sale again and you have infinite cash. But besides that, this is the exact same product. I have no idea if Robux stuff works here or not, but I'm not about to test and find out. Why would I give an asset thief my money? This sadly happens with a lot of Roblox games. Although I'm not going to talk about it that much here, it just still sucks to see. I have no idea why Big Games hasn't taken most of these down yet. I mean, I think they have taken some of them down, but it still exists. There are other scarily one-to-one copies of Big Games' products too. Big Paintball Modded, everybody. The best game I've ever played. Heard they got complaints from parents to take out the guns, so they did. I love the GUI update, by the way. It's really cool.
Dude, I can smell your sarcasm. It's really obvious that this is a bad product. At least call it like Big Paintball Remake. With modded, you're just making people think you did an asset rip of the game.
Now, I know I already talked about Pet Simulator mods in the last time I did this, but I just wanted to take a look at one more. This version has a, quote, forever pack, which is really just the ability to get different huge pets with gems. Not really much forever about that. But this screen intrigued me, because the game says that buying stuff with Robux saves after the game gets banned. Why are you banking on your game getting banned? That's like the worst thing you can do. So like, they know they're doing something wrong, yet they do it anyway. Like, why? After a certain amount of copyright takedowns, your account gets terminated. I would not risk my account for this crap. Take your coding skills and put it into another simulator. That is, if this person has any original coding skills at all. So yeah, the main gameplay is basically Pet Simulator X, but with like peanut butter on it. That being peanut butter smeared all over the bread instead of just under it. Oh yeah, and also a New Huges Forever pack permanently on the screen. One of the primary gimmicks of these Pet Simulator mods is that you can get stuff that wasn't obtainable in the original game, like these blades. These were in the game, but had no obtainable way to get them. They also have like really shoddily made events, like I'm talking held together with duct tape. For example, this one. You have a AFK egg where you can get, like, I guess, like, bananas that have extremely poor stats. Also, Lucky Blocks that have a very small chance to actually drop eggs, like the original, except there's also another Lucky Block currency. Masteries were completely broken, no way in hell they were gonna code that. But yeah, with my currency, I decided to get, an Electric King, which doesn't even look like it's from this simulator. They probably just took it from a different simulator because this looks nothing like the Pet Simulator style. I mean, look at it. Does that look like Pet Simulator to you?
They didn't even credit the model maker. I love it!
Hey guys, editing Starism here. I do not support stealing models. Okay, this isn't a mod, but I was looking for mods when I found this, and best game ever. Now, another type of modded games that are extremely prevalent are Murder Mystery 2 mods. Immediately upon playing the game, you can become Murderer with Robux. Amazing. Now, as always, everything that was normally obtainable is now free, besides like some extremely cheap things, I guess. Immediately, you are bombarded with offers that only last for like 10 minutes. Are these timers even accurate? Do they even go away if you leave? Or is it just perpetually there to trick young kids into buying it? Because godly knives don't even matter in this game if it's a mod. If everyone got $1 billion, then $1 billion wouldn't be worth that much. Don't even get me started on the fact that they have a global nuke and limited stock items. I don't even think that they work with the limited stock. They probably just say they're limited stock, but they're actually not. But once you do buy it, you can't go back. Oh, admin commands, only 3 left. Oh my god. Oh yeah, not to mention the must stay in the game for free spins kind of thing. Xileaks MM2 is only slightly better. They still have like, you know, AFK World daily spins. Oh yeah, with a game pass that has a 1% chance to get owner commands for 1,000 Robux. Yes, on average, you need to spend 100,000 Robux for owner commands. And I thought Saul's RNG was bad with gambling. There was also a tag editor game pass, where instead of it just opening once you buy the game pass, it just keeps prompting you the game pass until you get it. Oh yeah, and it's a shirt too, because why not? Maybe so you keep it once it gets taken down, which again, before, you shouldn't just rely on it getting taken down. Murder Mystery V is the only example I've seen of a kinda good one, considering how it has a unique lobby for it, and I haven't really seen any huge pay-to-win elements or huge child exploitation in this one. Yeah, it's a complete asset theft, but at least it's not like extremely child manipulative kind of thing. Now, I'm not sure about the original game because I heard that was copied too. However, this is a copy of a copy if that's true. Now, this is a lot different from the original that I've played in terms of like stuff around. Like, they barely changed the things you can do, except there are ad portals everywhere and just like tons of Robux items. Random particle effects, items, and a ton of stuff that weren't in the original that just makes you feel that it was all meant for premium payouts. If you can't rely on Robux purchases, then premium payouts are the second best way to go for it. Okay, look, I know I've already talked about this game like 2 different times, but I just had to go ahead and do it again.
Stop milking this game, you're already too far down the rabbit hole.
It fits the topic, okay?
Fine, I guess you're-
Oh my god, what is that? Yeah, this game has a lot of morphs that are stolen at best, because the thing is, I've seen a lot of these characters in other types of these games. They obviously didn't get them permission to use them either, so they're taking characters from an already bad genre.
Okay, why are there literally morphs everywhere that you can purchase with Robux? This is just the most blatant product placement I've ever seen.
Yeah, neither me nor him can think of any good qualities of this game. After looking at all of that today, I am not sure at all how these games are still around today. Their entire purpose is stealing from the work of others in order to profit. People spend time and money to create good experiences on Roblox, so that doesn't mean you should just rip it off and then take all the money. Then again, anyone would do anything for a cheap buck. But no matter any circumstance, you do your own work. Unless someone's willingly giving you something, you don't go ahead and take it from them.
Okay, look, I know I have to go back to that place, but please give me and Strasm more things to do in there.
Sure, I mean that place was unfinished, might as well go ahead and add something else.
Thank you! Okay, I'm gonna go now, see ya.
Basically, just make your own crap. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Okay, I managed to convince Starism to give us more things to do.
I think it worked! I see something else over there!
Really? 2 Deal or No Deal arcade machines? I'm actually okay with this.
You know, I kind of feel bad for leaving Msirats in there with only 2 Deal or No Deal machines. I should have sprang for the deluxe version. Speaking of which, I wonder how Strasm's doing.
Starism!
What?!
Check this out!
How did you do that?
The morphs! Play the morphs!
Oh my god, shut up!
Okay!
Back in 2021, 2 games would unknowingly kickstart an entire genre. Find the Chomix and Find the Markers. Both games had the same premise. Multiple variants of one different character were scattered across the map, and you needed to find them. This blew up around late 2021 to early 2022. However, one person thought, what if you could turn into the things you find? And thus, Find the Morph games were born. However, just like any trend, children ruined it. And now we have... Can you tell what the demographic is? So, I'm going to do what I've always done. Take a look at a bunch of these games and see what makes them good or bad. So without further ado, let's get started. The first game we'll be looking at is Find the Flopomorphs. Now, instead of everything being in one big map like the other ones, there are dozens of maps to choose from, each with their own unique set of floppas. These floppas can be themed off memes, Garden of Banban, or just random stuff like the annoying Orange or Sans Undertale. I chose the glitch map first because of Banban Floppa and Gelatin Floppa. We then get teleported to Pibby World, where we have our set of morphs. Now, being the glitch world, this is based on glitches, of course, and just random pop culture characters. I too love Glitched Green Friend Floppa and Pibby Rainbow Friends. Now, these games involve a whole lot of walking and finding, so I proceeded to do that, walking basically in a straight line for a minute on end until I finally found another one. Introducing my totally original OC, Coiny Floppa. He will compete in my new object show, Battle for Floppa Island. I then eventually walked around a bit more and found Eric Cartman. I'm not kidding, I actually found Eric. I then found the infamous Banban Floppa just sitting on the ledge for some reason. Oh yeah, by the way, you can just open the friend prompt and close it, and it'll still give you the friend Floppa thinking you invited somebody. I then gave up and went to the Barry's Prison Room map, but morphs don't save between maps. Floppa Coiny, it looks like it's the end for you. That's the thing that intrigues me with this game. Why even bother getting morphs if you can't use them in the other worlds? I just don't see a point if you can only use the Robux pets in other worlds. The so-called Barry's Prison Run map doesn't even look like Barry's Prison Run. I checked out a few other maps and it was mainly just the same thing, finding poorly disguised floppas and general different maps. I just find it funny seeing actual cartoon characters show up and playing as like Bart Simpson. All in all, it's just meh. Backrooms Morphs has been updated for God knows how long and it constantly contains new characters. And by characters, I mean Pibby Amazing Digital Circus. There are also like a billion different power-ups you can get. Like, what's the point in getting multiple if all of them basically do the exact same thing? I mean, I guess like the tank looks kinda cool and the animations look decent, but like, it's all just so monotonous. The enemies aren't too threatening either, they just look like generic Ohio slop. After looking at the Morphs button, I realized there were tons of them. Like, absolutely massive amounts. Buying all of them costs like 1,500 Robux, and I'm gonna be honest, under 1 Robux per morph doesn't seem like too bad of a deal on paper, but in reality, are you really gonna be using all of them? We're likely gonna see the buy all tactic a lot within these games, and it's really good if your kid just gets a gift card and wants to blow it all on Backrooms Morphs or whatever this is. I don't know, I just really don't feel like playing as Pibby Kane or whatever it is. Garden of Bam Bam Morphs was just a kind of bad recreation of Bam Bam Chapter 1 except with morph elements in them and like barely any content. However, this game got me thinking, what was the purpose of morphs in these games? To look cool, to roleplay, to do what? Is it just for the dopamine of have everything in your inventory? Either way, this game was also just meh. Find Man Face Meme Morphs features my least favorite meme of the year, that go or however you pronounce that. Either way, this bare bones game focuses on that, introducing Pibby Go. Yeah, it just constantly bombards you with pop-ups too, and the map, it just really isn't that big. I feel like this one would be good for like 15 minutes of content, and then you go to the next one, which is really bad if you buy the open all button. I feel like this was made solely to prey on kids.
What are you talking about? I love the go memes!
You're like 2 years old.
And how does that matter?
Never mind, your opinion's valid! Yay, good job! Morph image racing just feels like the kind of game you'd see on a crappy TikTok asking you to watch until the end. Immediately upon joining, I got a Game Pass prompt, an invite prompt, a favorite prompt. Like, do they just expect you to accept one of them if you get enough? Oh yeah, also, you can just straight up buy like 10,000 wins in this game. What's the point if you can just skip to the end with Robux? Oh yeah, also, you spend wins in the form of eggs. Yay, I love gambling. Can't forget the troll shop. Reset everyone, kill everyone, kick everyone, even ban everyone. Why not? $200. If you actually decide to buy that, I implore you to seek mental help. Now, what's the actual gameplay like? It's just a block party, but it's a race. All of the ones I've seen were just geometry dash faces, cause haha, lobotomy funny, fire in the hole. Yeah, this just seems like the most generic race game ever, except with added morphs. Yes, you can now play as Bootleg Poe Plush in Roblox. Does that make it any better?
This gameplay footage is absolutely insane! Watch until the ending! By the way, don't forget to smash like, turn on notifications, and hit the bell! This is insane, guys! Whoa!
Welcome to Find Memes Morphs, Gen Alpha at its finest. For some reason, this game has a heavy focus on Five Nights at Freddy's, which may not look like it from the footage. However, looking at the morph list later, it becomes pretty obvious this was meant to be a Find the FNAF morphs before they changed it into just memes. Oh yeah, and also, I forgot to mention that you can just buy everything again. It just defeats the purpose of the entire game unless the point of the game is to roleplay, because like, why would you even play if you could just buy everything?
The souls of hell awaken!
Welcome to Digital Circus Morphs, featuring the worst thumbnail I have ever seen for a Morph game. This entire game just feels like finding eyes in a glorified Lego set, because that's basically all this is. It feels more like a walking simulator than anything. Also, at this point they're just making characters up, like Gangle Kinger Mixed, Jax Maid. It just feels like they rushed to collect ideas. Find Toilet Morphs is... Wait, hang on a minute. No, it can't be, please, no! Did they just copy the stuff from Find Memes Morphs? Well, kinda? Some of the stuff here is different, but it mainly uses the same framework, albeit a different map. There is the same ROBUX stuff from the other game, though. The morphs are different, though, so in a way this feels like a sequel to the last game. Then again, I got this really cool looking guy, equipped it, and then I just feel like I got scammed when I did, because, like, look at this model quality. It just feels like a blob of copper. Hey guys, remember Billy? Well, you do now. Welcome to Find the Billy Morphs, a game that is dated by time. It has around the same amount of active players as Pet Simulator 2, which makes me laugh. But yeah, this game just feels super easy to do everything and was probably made to attract toddlers' attention. I mean, hey, it even has LankyBox ability to pray that their Lord and Savior will go ahead and bless them with views. Welcome to Find Toilet Morphs, taking place in Skibbity Town, Ohio. All of these morph games just feel the same at this point. You go to a map, find the stuff, avoid the enemies kind of frequently, and then you get to show it off, or you just buy it with Robux, cause why not? That's the only way you make money off these is through Robux stuff, and what better way than to buy your favorite instead of having to find it. In terms of the Robux shop in this game, it's just pretty generic besides like build mode. I don't know why you would need that for. Packs, skins, whatever. It just all feels the same to me. Skibbity toilet, haha funny, Gen Alpha, skibbity, yes yes, I am going insane.
I watch Skibbity Toilet 17 hours a day!
Wow, I didn't know you brought an iPad to white space. But yeah, all of it just feels monotonous after a while. It just... In the case of Find the Chomix, it's fun, because you can't buy it with Robux. You actually have to put time and effort into those games. But with the ones I just talked about, there is no effort. The only effort is putting money out of your wallet into their DevX. I say this a lot, but this is because of children. It just makes me smile to see how much they butcher modern comedy. Like, you have one good or funny thing, and the next week it becomes Gen Alpha slop. Next thing you know, you get Pibby Digital Circus. If you're that desperate to roleplay, at that point just get free models and friend the person you want to roleplay and go into like your game or something. Trying to roleplay through spending hundreds of Robux in some random morph game is not the way to do it. I mean, yeah, there are good roleplay morph games, it's just not the ones where you have to spend Robux to get 99% of the things you want. All in all, it's a pretty bland genre in my opinion.
Oh yeah, hey Starism, before I go, me and Msirats are kind of bored of Deal or No Deal. Is it okay if you can give us something else?
You know what? Sure, I got something that'll fit your taste.
Yay! Bye!
Moral of the story, only play the good morph games. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Msirats! Msirats! I got something!
What is it, a third Deal or No Deal cabinet?
No, it isn't! Look!
Oh, you gotta be
Hello everyone, one and all people, hello hi. Your goal is to collect wins through the chest, okay go.
Ooh, let me try! I joined the group, so I'll be able to do it! I bought all of the game passes and 50 limited Robux eggs!
Remember kids, Money gets you everything! How do they even come up with this stuff? Simulators are a staple of Roblox culture. Granted, they don't really simulate anything, they're just wait. The thing that makes all of them simulators is the fact that you gotta do stuff in order to get the things you need to progress. So what happens when you remove that factor? The exact same thing, apparently. Well, in reality, now it's just even lazier. So join me as I take you through a trip of games where you get one random stat every second. We start off with every second you get 1 walk speed. And immediately we are greeted with a starter pack, a good start for experience. Now, the aim of the game is to wait around and get walk speed so you can traverse the obstacles. We are also greeted with a $3 per month subscription to an Easy Road Pass. This is dumb not even from a greediness standpoint, but from a design standpoint as a whole. You can just refund subscriptions, so what's the point if you can just buy the subscription, get all of the things you need, and then refund it? Is the hope that they just don't refund it? Then again, we all know what the demographic is. Now, the main gameplay we have is that there are a bunch of different roads you can go down for a specific amount of wins. Each one having the same amount, it depends on, you know, what your poison is. Would you rather do the one where you climb and you have to stop at certain points due to the lava, or do you want to do the one in which you gotta go down a path that disappears? What frustrates me though, is that after you get any amount of wins, your speed just resets to nothing. You can use pets to increase the amount of speed you get, but in the end you just lose it. Unless you pay 50 Robux per time in order to get your speed back. Which, like, I mean, I guess is... What am I even saying? Of course it's not worth it. It's designed to not be worth it. Considering how you can just buy all the stats you need, this game isn't even worth it in the slightest. So, let's try the next game. No, you're not watching the same footage. This is just the exact same game again, except everyone is on a skateboard with no animations. I would pretend to act surprised, however I've been through this so many times that at this point I just feel null. I've talked about it so many times that I just can't get mad at it anymore. Does that excuse this garbage? No, of course it doesn't. You take the same game and just copy and paste to both one different thing, and all of a sudden you have a new experience now. Same music, same theming, same pets, same everything. It's just now, you're on a skateboard. It's like taking Strasm and putting a hat on him.
Hey, Starism!
Shut up, you're not in this episode. Alright, what's next? I said, what's next? I said, oh wait, this is actually different. Not by a long shot though, there's a different map, but this is basically just the same thing but with jump power. At the very least, it's like slightly, ever so slightly more fun than the speed game. It's like comparing two RNG games, they're both basically the same experience. The one you get for gaining height basically has zero gameplay whatsoever. I mean, like, not even the same type of gameplay as before. You're on a base plate. Why would you buy the starter pack if there's no gameplay to begin with? I mean, I guess, like, once you reach a certain height, you can, like, rebirth or something, but... I mean, it's not like that does anything. It's basically just resetting, except you get more height per second. Oh my goodness. They also made a more linear-styled one that basically merges both together. I guess there are like multiple different worlds and you go through just generic courses through all of them. I didn't even bother to get the first area unlocked, but like, I assume it's the same. Couldn't really see anything past jump 1 though. They also made one for damage, where you just, I don't know, fight stationary NPCs. I also forgot to mention that you can buy trails for basically no use whatsoever. You get them with wins, and I don't know why it's encouraging you to buy wins if the trails don't do anything. And finally, we're at the last one I bother to talk about this studio. Not the last one of this video, but hey, either way, it's the end of an era. In a way, this kind of reminds me of that other game studio that basically copied everything they made. They also made a game similar to this. Not sure if they're friends or if it's just some crazy coincidence, but either way, we're here. Oh yeah, and there are also gears that do nothing. Yay! Finally, something different after the same music and same game over and over again. This one isn't really that better in terms of gameplay though. You don't get wins just by completing a course. You get wins by killing other players. This game is entirely dependent on its player base to survive. And if you're in a server where everyone is good and you're bad, you have no chance unless you grind. Also, god damn it, use the same monetization tactics as the simulator video with the whole play for 25 minutes thing. I mean, like, it's not as bad, but still, the fact that they even decided to do that is just scummy.
Don't forget to stay in the game for an hour for a slight speed increase.
+1 heat every second has a minute-long unskippable tutorial where you watch a cutscene. We don't have to have a minute-long tutorial to figure this out. We can just walk up to it. The instructions are already right there. It's not like your target audience are literal toddlers. Oh wait, they are. Besides the fact that you can spend 1,000 Robux for 30 seconds of rainbow pets, the main gameplay ain't really that good either. You walk. That's it. All you do is just walk. It's not even marketed like that. It's 1 heat every second. What does 1 heat do? Oh, it increases the range of the amount of snow you melt, I guess. I mean, what else were they gonna do? All in all, not very intuitive game.
In this game called +1 Pingus every second, you play as Pingus Head as you gain Pingus speed gradually. You can use your Pingus speed to traverse the Pingus blocks in order to collect Pingus wins.
All jokes aside, this is just a pretty generic running simulator. I'm shocked that they decided to lock auto-run behind the group. I mean, it's a good way to get people to join your group, but seriously, buddy? It just has the generic stuff, being able to buy all the stats, being able to kill everyone, teleporting and stuff. You know, all the stuff that make these games these games. Now, +1 pizza per second actually feels like a proper simulator. You know, limited pets for Robux and stuff. Oh yeah, and the fact that the one they advertise is Christmas and summer just makes me laugh, because like, it just makes me think that it either isn't updated or they're just selling this really late. As for monetization tactics, it's just the stuff we expect. Daily rewards, premium membership stuff, I guess. Robux egg, exclusive pet, limited stock stuff, game passes, boosts and stuff. And all boosts, 9,999, okay. I'm pretty sure making fake sales is illegal. And to top it all off, time eggs, yay! You don't really do anything for most of it either, it's just click to upgrade the pizza, oh my goodness. At the very least, they were smart enough to make the pizza purchases not static and just actually scale with the amount of pizza you have. That just encourages you to keep buying it until you eventually manage to win the game through just spending with Robux alone. And yes, there's also a battle pass. Why wouldn't there be a battle pass? +1 size per second to me just feels like AFK simulator. All you do is just wait around till you get tall enough to get a win, and then once you do, the process repeats until you get to the next zone. But again, it doesn't matter because you can just buy progression with a cheap amount of Robux. Do you really think everyone on the leaderboard didn't pay money? +1 jump race is also AFK simulator gameplay, because you can just switch on an auto jump switch. You can tell how much they care about this game because the 2023 egg is still in stock. Besides the not limited time egg, we also have things like 2x jump, 2x pets, whatever, you've seen this before. Just pay your way until the end, not like anybody cares. Can we just see like one type of these games where you can't just buy your way until the end? That would just be so good. Unfortunately, you're watching a Starism video and good things rarely ever happen. We've got 3 games left and one of them is +1 money every second, featuring the most boring map design for one of these games I've seen. The gameplay loop this time, walk into doors to spend your money. You can also spend wins that you get from spending money on the doors for pets in which you can get more. Yay, I love this gameplay loop. It's totally not repetitive. It even doesn't like you AFKing in some of the later ones because they just have stuff like jump. Not like you can just hold jump. +1 speed per second, but your ball also starts with a starter pack. How fun! And a mythical pet pack. And daily rewards where it costs 1,000 Robux to skip the last timer. Also, another thing. They for some reason lock some Robux purchases behind a win counter? Why would you do that? There's like genuinely no reason to lock something like this behind that. Are you just giving up earning on money at this point? In every case, this is just another one of those games. Trails that do absolutely nothing, free premium rewards, generic courses and eggs, a spin the wheel function. We've seen all of this before. It's nothing new to us. Just another game trying to capitalize off this concept. Now, what's our final game? Well, wouldn't you know it, it's the exact same thing but jumping is added. I mean, I like the idea of combining 2 of these, but it's already been poorly executed in the past. I thought this one would do better, but it just doesn't. Especially since you're copying your framework to make it. Just at least try to be more original. And with that, we've reached the end of our little escapade. Yeah, a lot of the tactics here we've already seen before in other simulators, which is why I classify these games as them. Despite not directly having simulator in the title, it's the exact same gameplay loop through and through. I hope to one day see this concept executed in a unique fashion that doesn't let you buy your way to the end of the game. Or maybe somebody already has, but it's just buried under all of the copies. Or maybe not, maybe all these games are just bad. Either way, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Yeah, sure, give us Bat Attack, I don't care.
It's March 16th, 2018, and Big Games has just decided that they're going to start making simulators in order to keep up with the new Roblox market. Little did they know that they were going to make the game that would change Roblox forever. Metal detecting simulator. Damn, I'm stumped then. Back in late 2017 to early 2018, a new type of game was replacing tycoons on Roblox, that being simulators. While tycoons were strictly linear and pressing buttons in order to reach an ending, simulators didn't have an ending. The only true ending is if you got number 1 on every leaderboard, and even then, it's not guaranteed you're gonna keep that spot. Now, Big Games, who is formerly most known for Disaster Dome, had decided to tap into this market. And so, on April 7th, they released Metal Detecting Simulator, Big Games' first ever simulator. Which had the option to make you instantly win the game by buying infinite cash. Yeah, definitely not pay to win. And you say Pet Simulator 99's bad. Now, what was the gameplay of this?
Oh my gosh, my finger hurts from clicking.
Carpal tunnel. Now, while the game did achieve viral success, it just didn't stick. This was considered to be a miniature project for Big Games, so they wanted to make something new, something better. And on June 1st, they did just that. Pet Simulator was announced. And that was all the information we got. Awesome. And just 2 months later, it was revealed the game would be released on August 4th. And then it happened! There weren't really that many teasers up to that point, so I guess we'll just start with the game's update cycle. I obviously don't have footage of the release version of the game, but I did film some footage, so I'll be combining that with footage from other people. Apologies. In its release state, Pet Simulator 1 was extremely basic. 10 eggs, 1 premium shop, and that's it. No trading, no teleporting, no different worlds, nothing. Just the base tools for a pet simulator game. Now, obviously, I'm playing on the most updated version of the game, so it looks a tiny bit better now compared to how it did before. But we're just going to explore all of the content that those original updates had to offer as we go along. Pets originally had 2 stats, coin collection, which, I mean, you can guess what that does, and agility, which determines that pet's walk speed along with the speed that it breaks things. Pets also had levels, which you could use to upgrade these kinds of stats. Also, the rarity system was different. There is no common, epic, and legendary. Now it's a star-based rating, 1 to 5, including half stars. In the Robux shop, it just had your generic extra equip, extra stats, extra coins, and the premium pets, which surprisingly weren't eggs, they were actual pets that you got. Including an 8,200 Robux pet! Wow, that's like $75. Aw man, my doggy's going too slow. We'll never be able to go ahead and break everything to get to the next few areas, which is why I think that we should step things up a tiny bit with something I got from my main account. Yeah, I used to play a lot. You were able to progress up to the pink area in the release version, and you were only able to hatch up to the tier 10 egg. Now, the thing about eggs in these release versions is that you didn't know what you were gonna get. It just doesn't tell you unless you get it yourself. It's straight by word of mouth or images. If this is even legal in Roblox today, I'm not entirely sure. These were the best pets at release. Notice anything about some of them? That's right, you could just straight up buy some of the pets in the Robux shop instead of playing the game. They did not even bother to put original pets in the shop. You could just straight up buy the best stuff in the game. I hate this model. It completely defeats the purpose of playing the game if you spend Robux. But I mean, hey, the game just released and people are still figuring out the simulator model. Let's move on to Update 1. Update 1 included 1 new area, 2 new eggs, and some pets. Now, this new area had an absolutely massive chest that could take hours to complete. Like, if you broke this chest with at least some people, you were considered a god in this game at the time. Like, it just... Understandable, really. These were the best pets in the game at the time, and quite literally 1,000 times weaker than what I have. And I'm not kidding. Another update was released this time, no areas, however it changed a lot of things. For one, trading was finally added, yay! Golden pets were also added, combine 10 normal pets, and bada bing bada boom 3 times the stats. Now, at the end of this area, there was a locked gate for a rocket, which was a teaser that we were going to the moon, the second world in Pet Simulator 1. So on the 26th, it happened. We are going to the moon. Look, I know it's anticlimactic, but it's 2018, okay? But before we talk about that, I'd like to mention one more thing. There was a 40,000 Robux Infinite Pets Equipped Game Pass. As long as you had inventory space, you could equip it. To put that in comparison, that is $350 for a Roblox game in 2018. They only depended on YouTubers to buy this. At least the Pet Simulator X version was only temporary, and only buyable on April Fool's Day. In terms of areas, the gray and lavender, I don't think that's pink, but not purple either, areas were added. All of the ones that you see around it were added in updates. The new best secret pets being 0 and 1. They also claimed to fix duping. No, they didn't. But we'll get to that later. One more thing, they did a Twitter event where if one tweet got 1,000 retweets, they'll increase the stats of some things like max pets equipped and default pet slots permanently. And the people did not deliver. But of course they did it anyway because they just made that for Twitter engagement points, even though monetization wasn't a thing yet. There was a candy area and candy pets, yay, and a new candy area. Dalmortis was the best pet at the time at 40,000. Still nowhere near close to the 100 million I have, but hey, it's a start. They also made a 219 Robux random egg for a limited time. No set odds for any pets, just complete randomness decides the thing you get. Could be a doggy, could be a Dalmortis. Update 5 then proceeded to release rainbow pets, however, not in the way that you would expect. Rainbow pets were only obtainable through hatching. You couldn't turn gold pets rainbow. This made them exceptionally rarer than they are now. Oh yeah, I also wanted to mention, the lucky game passes were 60 times instead of the 2 times we have now. That is the definition of pay to win, oh my god. Update 6 then proceeded to happen, and teleporting was finally added as a game pass. You had to walk all the way there before, regardless of if you spent Robux or not. Now, the core shock was the rarest pet in this update. Everyone was talking about it, and everyone wanted it. However, remember how I said they fixed duping? Yeah, they didn't, and this was duped so much that people actually thought it wasn't a rare pet! There would be more of these duping incidents later, but we'll get to them. Now, this next update didn't add any new areas, however, it was considered a massive update from the Pet Simulator team, and that update added hats. Hats were basically pet modifiers. They added stats on your pets, regardless of what it was. Now, these stats were insane at the time. They were like 3 times better than the best pet. Except, it doesn't scale with future pets, so it just becomes obsolete once a few more updates come out. I really wish this concept was utilized more, however it was not present in any future game. I wish that someday hats could come back. Update 8 saw the first and only real event for Pet Simulator. No, I am not going to count the mystery egg events. You basically just got Halloween coins at a really slow rate from any breakable, and then you just open the 2 eggs with those. These pets are probably the rarest in the game considering that they were only a part of one event that's now gone for good. I mean, not that rarity even matters in Pet Simulator 1 anymore. Update 9 finally added shop information so you can view the amount of pets that were in an egg. Oh my goodness, it took them this long? They also added a Dominus area and a Dominus egg. The Dominus area containing one massive chest that would serve as the new big chest for whatever is to come. This was a beast and took me like 15 minutes to beat even with my overpowered pet. However, the payoff gives you tons of moon coins. This update is finally the update where I have my overpowered pet from, and is the second most powerful obtainable pet in this game. Now, it's time for me to talk about one more duping situation. So, you know how this is a dark matter pet, right? And how this is extremely rare? How did I manage to get such a rare pet, you might ask? because it was duped to all hell and there was no prevention against it. Which might be one of the reasons why I think this game went on a downward spiral. I'll share my thoughts on why I think the game died in full after we get through all of the updates. Update 10 added one new egg, but no new areas just yet. Instead, this update was focused on rebalancing some aspects of the game. For one, the agility system and coin collection stats from before completely gone and replaced with levels. To be honest, the whole system was just kinda useless in general, especially in the later game. So in a way, I'm like kinda glad they revamped this. Surprisingly, the best pet in this version didn't stack up to the Dominus Huge from before. Another change they made is now every pet can be converted to golden instead of just some being able to. I don't know why they only made some being able to convert in the first place, probably due to like the amount of pets they needed to do. Also, you can now convert golden pets rainbow instead of having to just hatch them from the egg. This obviously lowered the value of rainbow pets by a lot, and I can see some players getting mad about this, but I'm not entirely sure what actually happened. Update 11 added another upgrade layer to pets, now making them dark matter through 5 rainbows. Due to no new content besides that, they added another Robux mystery egg, but this time for rainbow pets. Wow, a 1 in 200 chance to get the best thing for like 400 Robux, wow! They also added a new moderation suite, which is probably the only form of a moderation suite we'll see from Pet Simulator ever, at least in the public eyes. Oh yeah, also, they unbanned everybody! Fun! Update 12 added Jack Squat besides a triple egg open game pass and another new Robux egg for dark matter pets. However, I'm not going to move directly to update 13 just yet. There's still another thing I wanted to talk about. Because Big Games made their first ever plush with 100 copies. It also came with the original Huge Cat, featuring stats such as 10 billion? That's like 50 times rarer than the best pet in this game! Owning this pet just makes beating everything a breeze, like, this ruins the game! I mean, at least for like 15 more updates till a pet as good as that comes out, and then by then, the pet you got will be obsolete! I mean, to be fair, it costs $65, so come on. Update 13 added absolutely nothing. Again. I mean, like, they added snow, and a teaser for another thing, and like 3 delays for the actual Christmas update. But then, the update released, and this was the biggest we've seen yet. An entire event world, featuring 4 eggs and all. This screenshot only shows the best pets in the update, however these would be the most powerful permanent pets in the entire game. Notice how I said permanent. Because after the Christmas event, we were just left in silence after a month. Was this it? Was this the end of Pet Simulator? Well, kinda. A month later, a blog post was made, announcing Pet Simulator 2. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's read it! Just kidding, I can use Wayback Machine. The main reason that Pet Simulator 1 died, according to Preston, was update sustainability. He felt that if weekly updates don't come out, then why even bother updating the game in the first place? Which is completely understandable. The algorithm back then was cruel and unforgiving. If you didn't make an update every week, you were screwed. In this blog post, Preston also explains plans for Pet Simulator 2. In it, he says that he is going to avoid pay to win at all costs. No paid eggs, no paid Robux pets, only playing the game on even terms with everyone else. This ended up being a complete Lie. I already made an entire video on Pet Simulator 2, which will be at the end card and description. But just know, in short, there was a premium subscription for it. But Preston announced one final update for Pet Simulator 1. It wasn't gonna be anything big, but it was something. Update 15 simply made the Christmas update permanent and made some optimizations, and that was it. Pet Simulator 1 was over. To today's standards, this would probably be not a very good game. It would be like decent, but that's it. Compared to today, this map design is absolute garbage. But that's the thing. It was a 2018 game. They set all of these standards and formed an entire franchise in 2018. It wasn't perfect, but it laid the groundwork for what was to come. But obviously, there were some problems with it. Duping being the big one. Like, why even grind for pets if people are going to duplicate them left and right without any clear solution? I mean, at least Pet Simulator 2 kinda tried to fix this, with VIPs being the only ones able to send trades. But I mean, come on, it was Pet Simulator 2. My personal opinion is that Preston shouldn't have focused so much on weekly updates, maybe bi-weekly. It just led to him being burnt out, and overall led to the death of the game. Maybe hiring more team members would have worked out better. Then again, if this game never died off, then we wouldn't have 2, X, or 99. But just know that we will always remember this game as a success. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Hey guys, it's me, Msirats, and after months of development, me and my team have finally decided to reveal my latest project. Unnamed Reactor Science's U-Core Computer Core Meltdown Freeze Down in Tech Lab 2 Remastered Born Vamp. In this game, you keep core running, or will you blow it up? It's your choice. This is going to be my best project yet, and I hope you all enjoy.
I mean, look at the bright side. You tried your hardest. YouTubers almost never make YouTube their sole source of income. If you reach that high of a popularity level, then you're gonna want to branch out at least a bit. And what do all the big YouTubers have? Money. And what can you do with money? Hire people! Which is why a lot of Roblox YouTubers decide to hire some developers on payroll in order to make them a custom game. Some of them are really well made and well crafted, while the others... No! Either way though, these games exist, so I'm gonna talk about them. How it works is that we're going to watch a YouTuber's video on the first release version of the game that they own. Then, we'll see if it holds up today. So without further ado, let's get started on Sea Cleaning Simulator. Sea Cleaning Simulator was created for the MrBeast Team Seas movement. By the time this video came out though, Ryan Trahan was doing his 30 Days Across America challenge. So, in this video, they included something for him too. The game looked actually surprisingly well modeled through the video. You basically go around with a boat and collect trash. I'll explain more when we get to the actual gameplay, which is right now. When I joined the game, I was greeted with one of the best logo animations I've seen for a game. Now, in terms of actual gameplay, first I got a fully voice-acted tutorial. It was pretty good, however a lot of stuff it mentioned could probably be figured out quite easily. The monetization wasn't too bad, it just had your generic lucky stuff, ×2 stats, you know, the deal. Along with your typical boosts. The main gameplay consists of going around the place and picking up trash, as mentioned earlier. However, you need to upgrade your boat in order to get a specific level of trash. My curiosity is, why are we feeding all of this trash to the definitely evil trash monster that speaks? I don't know, I guess there was like a plans for a final boss or something. Opening some eggs, the pets actually look extremely well modeled, probably the best I've seen for a simulator. They don't even look like they're from a simulator, they look like they're from like a Disney movie or something. Props to the team for the modeling here. And I could never get in the boat again in that server. The game sadly died off, now residing at under 10 players active at once. Tree Planting Simulator was the game's predecessor. It was made during the initial Team Trees movement instead of Team Seas. Why did I talk about the other one first? I have no idea. There's nothing really that different in the video opposed to the gameplay, however. This game, however, is just a lot more tedious. First, you gotta click a plot in order to dig. Then, you gotta hold it down to plant it. Wait for it to grow, and boom, now your tree gradually produces seeds. Monetization's a lot worse in my opinion. The 5,000 Robux laser beam, the 5,000 Robux trees. Not to mention that they persist after rebirths. I mean, yeah, obviously, except that would be a bit pay to win now, wouldn't it? There's actually voice acting in this game too, which I like. Also, I love the detail of, like, the little cell thing floating around. I do think it's a bit monotonous to gain money in order to do things, however. Plus, you don't permanently unlock your saplings. You gotta buy more of them. Oh yeah, also, I got on the rebirth leaderboard! With no rebirths. Toilet Tower Defense was a tower defense game based off Skibidi Toilet. The hub world looked pretty basic, and the maps did too, at least in the video. However, this was pretty early in development, so let's go ahead and give it a shot in the actual game. Okay, obviously fake board mood aside, this hub is a massive upgrade from the original. Like, oh my god, I cannot stress how much better this is. For a Skibidi Toilet game, this is surprisingly well modeled. In terms of Robux stuff, we just have the generic 0.1% stuff, the exclusive stuff, the game passes, you know, everything that you would expect out of a simulator, or a tower defense game. Either one. I joined the tutorial map and placed down my level 1 speaker man. As the enemies slowly approached me, I continued to upgrade it and place down more units. My base units were actually dealing with them pretty well, and with 3 of them, I could easily clear out the entire lot. Until it happened. Out of absolute nowhere, an evil wave spawned, and spawned enemies that were 8 times more powerful than my previous enemies. They expect to throw that at a starter player? I'm not sure if I was hilariously unlucky or what, but my units were not equipped to deal with this, especially since it had stun capabilities. I had to place and sell multiple units if I wanted to win this. Seriously, this was my first game, what happened? After barely fending off the evil wave, the game continued as normal. Ironically though, the evil wave was not the biggest of my troubles, as when my seemingly solid wall of speakermen showed up against the boss toilet, it just only did a third of it, in which I had to continue the stressful strategy of selling and replacing my units all the way until the boss died. But eventually, I did persevere and win. Yay, I won, yay, yay. Alien was interesting because I only found one video on this game by the creator, besides from a live stream. I mean, obviously, like, people played it, but it just seemed weird to me that I was only able to find one video from the game's creator about this. I would have, like, assumed that they'd made videos on updates, but I couldn't find any. I could be mistaken, however. The video is basically just a basic rundown of Chapter 1 of the game. Nothing too special, just looks like Piggy but with an alien with a lightsaber. Now, let's check out this game's awesome lore. Our hero of this story is Dr. Rick, trying to save his daughter, Cindy, from being kidnapped, who definitely doesn't resemble any other character in fiction whatsoever. Upon accessing the factory in the Sky Void, accessed by going on the floating road, we enter in. Now, this is literally just Piggy but with a different map. I'm not even going to pretend it's a different game gameplay-wise, because it isn't. This is just Piggy. Find keys, open doors, escape the big bad. You've heard of this before, haven't you? I did not complete this game because nobody else was playing and I got caught. The skins for this game were definitely unlicensed characters, like oh my god, they did not get the rights for Captain America for this game. Monetization besides that's like fine, just everything you'd expect besides the definitely licensed characters. I did manage to find the ending online though. So this is Tofu's game, Munching Masters. It's a weightlifting simulator type game. Except, this just makes me uncomfortable from looking at it, so I'm just gonna skip it and get to the next game. No, wait, go back! I thought we were done with games where you find things. Well, here we are. Welcome to Find the Lanky Box Characters, the game where you find the Lanky Box characters. Now, while I was playing this game, I got an advertisement for a Win the Game Pass. You have no idea how livid these types of passes make me. Why would you even decide to play the game if you could just win it with Robux? It defeats the entire point. After finding Rocky, we can finally progress to the next area. Lanky Box Concert.
Welcome to Roblox, I wanna play with you. Welcome to Roblox, it's better with you.
For some reason, I could just not find a video of Lanky Box playing this game despite this being by their payroll studio. It's what you'd expect out of a typical concert thing, just random scenes showing up and you sometimes being teleported into the main area, sometimes not. Fortnite dances, whatever, cool effects, I guess, whatever you qualify as cool. All in one 20-minute experience I left after the first song. I mean, like, they did what they could, I guess. Welcome to Lanky Box Tale, where we meet Lans. Okay, not really, but still, it's Lanky Box story. And considering how there are supposed to be multiple people in this game, but it's only me, I feel like it's just off. Like, the game expects at least, like, 3 people to be in a game, while it's just giving all of the dialogue to me. Anyways, so after enrolling in Lanky Box School, a fate worse than death, we are told by Miss Piggy to sit down. My favorite teacher in the world, Miss Piggy, with the note saying, "I should have listened to her. I regret everything I've done." That itself should be a giant red flag. So after the power goes out in the most predictable fashion in a story game I've ever seen, we are given the choice to either escape the classroom or to stay. Ironically enough, the easier ending is actually the good ending. Don't know how that works. I guess it's just like resist the intrusive thoughts, I guess that's the challenge. Either way, I decided to stay because I'm a good boy and I decided not to go in the oversized vent. It then becomes recess time where we play recess. Recess sucks. So then, Pony from Piggy goes ahead and gives us study answers for the test. Where, oh no, we have to memorize! Oh no, whatever will I do? Surely I can't just... After coming home to my parents in the free model house, my parents are Lanky Box in this universe, It's time to go training. Because everybody keeps a death-defying obstacle course in their backyard. The test is worth 100% of our grade. Alright, now, let's see what the test is like. My ass is failing this test. So, the test first has you going through mud, which is basically just spamming jump and getting through the piggy walls, I guess that's what you call them. Also, there's like this random piggy NPC that chases you, I don't know why. I then do the totally not cheated memory test. Wow, I'm so good at memory, guys. And then climb up and I win, I guess. You just sit here until timer runs out, I think. But either way, I won! I did it! I beat the first chapter of Lankybox Story! I can't believe I passed! Let's go! I am in constant agony! Based on the video made for Tower Defense X, this actually looks like it has a lot of promise. The animations are good, the stuff in it looks good, in reality it just looks like a really cool game. And this is just the release version, what about the stuff that we have now? And I love the aesthetic of the actual game. The map I played on, Singularity, looked beautiful with the shading. I couldn't believe that this was a tower defense game. I mean, like, sure, it played like a tower defense game, but it just looked really, really good. I am super excited to see what this development team will put out next. Our first of final 3 games is Tapper Simulator. All 3 of these last 3 games are going to be owned by Russo. And 2 out of 3 I've played and basically beat myself. This game was pretty decent at launch, considering looking at this video. It had a leaderboard, it had semi-well modeled eggs, you actually flapped to the islands. The pets were also decently modeled too. It even had golden rainbow pets at launch. Now, what's the actual game like? Abandoned. I played this game as updates were coming out. I got the secret pets. You basically tap so you can rebirth, and then use those rebirths to get upgrades in which you can use to get more taps, and then you also spend those taps on eggs to hopefully hatch for the secret pet. Unfortunately, though, the secret pets themselves became obsolete if you go ahead and wait a few updates. I mean, yeah, sure, you could trade them, and if you trade them, yeah, sure, you could get stuff, but besides that, nothing. They did have a Christmas event with a boss that I didn't play before, primarily because I quit before, and while I was playing it, my PC crashed. I'm not kidding, this game was that good! It just got really repetitive after a while, and I think the player base realized that. So eventually, the player count dwindled, and the game just stopped getting updated at all. Which I feel like is the fate for a lot of these games we've played. Yes, some of them succeed, however most just get left in the dust. The game's predecessor, Tapping Gods, was so abandoned that they even left the studio. They rebranded to an entirely new one, Games But Blue, after this. This was like semi-unique at the time. It was like, you know, a generic simulator but with like flap to the next island kind of stuff, kind of like Ninja Legends, like, and before. It was like, okay? I played this one the entire time too. However, as you'll soon see, the game suffered an unfortunate fate. Let me tell you a tale. As the game went on, and as people got new pets and such, there was a big problem that arose. The game had suffered from a massive memory leak, and it was unplayable for a lot of people. It got worse and worse over time, until eventually the developers made the decision to rewrite the entire game. This took months, and as time went on, the game just faded into obscurity. By the time the game was back, nobody really cared anymore. I mean, yeah, sure, people were excited for the new world, but only one area was added to said new world. What's worse about these games being abandoned is because the Robux that you spend on these games get abandoned too. I bought every Game Pass except the 4,000 Robux one, and what do I get out of it now? Nothing. Sure, every game has to stop updating eventually, but this just feels more like they abandoned us than they just decided to quit. And technically, both is true. All of the games I've seen quit on an event. Well, most of them. The final game that we'll be looking at today is Wizard Battle Simulator. I never even bothered to play this game because I just assumed that it would meet the same fate as Tapping Gods and Tapper Simulator. And I was right. Based on this footage though, it does look pretty unique with its 3 different powers. Maybe we'll have like tons of different spells and ways to fight players and stuff. Now, let's see what the actual gameplay's like. Wait. No. It can't be. No! This is just Pull a Sword! Of all the games, Pull a Sword is the one that they had to clone! There are like 50 billion of them! I did an entire video on this! Robux eggs, egg luck tiers, everything is here. Even potions that give you specific tiers of pets and infinite potions, cause why not? And the time quests too, cause like it's just these kinds of games, you know? This game copied the absolute worst cash grab simulator, and it still died. This is just sad to me that they had to stoop this low in order to get some product out. I just can't. I mean, it's not like these developers made this by choice. They were obviously told to do this, but still. Either by Russo or by the game designer. All I can really say is, damn. And so ends our trip in the wild world of YouTuber games. It's quite obvious by now, almost none of them made it themselves. I mean, yeah, sure, some of them did have a part in their development, however, most of them just put developers on payroll. And yeah, I'm not going to discredit these developers either. They did what they could. Some of them create actual enjoyable products, but the reality is, the second these YouTubers stop talking about their games, they just die off. You don't want to make just another generic game for the sake of money. You want a game that will last. You want a sustainable game. Because with these simulators, the moment that they're done with the game, people will stop playing. Tower Defense X is doing this very well. It has a game with good visuals, it constantly gets updates, which I love, and it's the best that this kind of genre has to offer. While the other games we've seen just get abandoned. Yeah, some things will stick, like Toilet Tower Defense, but most of them are gone. As I've mentioned at the start of this video, you can't rely on YouTube only if you're a YouTuber for money. And if you want to create a career out of Roblox 2, you need to create an engaging experience. One that will get you money that isn't a cash grab. One that people will keep coming back to even if you stop talking about it. That's how you make a YouTuber game.
Hey, Star?
Yeah, Masai?
I just wanted to say thank you for giving me coding tips on my game. Even if you do leave me in a white void all the time that I'm not seeing you, you make for a pretty good pal.
Thank you. I'll be sure to give you and Strasm some better living conditions sometime. I need time though, I can't do it instantly.
Understandable. See you around, Star.
See you around, buddy. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Perfect.
Since I've already made 3 videos on this game, I'm probably not gonna do another one unless I beat a soul crushing. Oh, come on, me from 3 months ago. You can't just expect to take a 3-month break and immediately, when you make another video, be soul crushing. You gotta get more consistent at it first. Wait, I have to get more consistent at it first. Now, as you could probably guess, this isn't the first time I've done something like this. Around 3 months ago, back in Season 1, I made 3 videos on the game Jukes Towers of Hell, which I highly recommend you watch before this one. If you're new here, it's basically a game about extremely long and large obbies in Roblox, in which if you fall, that's usually it unless you save yourself on another obstacle or a safety net. Unfortunately, there's no big event or guy that's gonna bust through the door and say they're gonna kill me this time. However, what I am going to do is explain the towers in much greater detail than before. This does unfortunately mean though that there are going to be less towers this time, only 7. However, these towers will improve my consistency and help me perform better when Part 5 comes around. Yes, I am confirming it this early. So without further ado, let's get into our first tower. Tower of Wanting More Time is a memorial. Tim dedicated this tower to their late father. The tower doesn't have any punishing gameplay or unfair things, it's just an experience. There's even a safety net basically every floor in the form of button progress. This was a nice break from everything, really. By this point, I had done every easier tower before this in Ashen Tower Works, although I won't show those. Unfortunately, I didn't record my entire time playing this, but I'm going to give the best review I can. I resonated with this tower's creator while I was playing it. I know everything they felt while they were making it. I can tell what everything was based off. I really liked how the theme changes as you go up higher. And I also really liked the extremely low punishment. Yeah, sure, some stuff was difficult, but I wasn't really frustrated with it at all. There were also a lot of gimmicks that I really liked. This tower has you ascend to the sky, and once you get there, you meet the tower creator's father fishing on a cloud. Eventually though, time does catch up with you, and you, in a sense, die. A melancholy ending to this experience. If this tower's creator is watching this video, I give my condolences for your father, and I wish you luck on anything else that you do in the future. No, I did not forget to change the difficulty. Steeple of Descendants is the exact same difficulty as Tower of Wanting More Time. And this tower, or steeple really, has a similar form of punishment. That being basically no punishment at all. You get a safety net multiple times per floor. Which again, I love. I love longer towers that are less punishing over short towers that are more punishing. Steeple of Descendants has you work your way down an abandoned laboratory, encountering more and more custom client objects as you progress. This ranges from teleporters to elevators to a bunch of other stuff that I like. Another thing are the virtual segments. I cheesed this by actually seeing my character with a lantern while doing these, but these I really like the aesthetic of, just only being able to see the outlines of the parts. It gives me major Virtual Boy vibes. The blue variant not so much, but hey, it's the same aesthetic. I also like how some mechanics get utilized with other mechanics, like teleporters in the elevators on the trusses so that you flick faster. It just makes it feel like you're actually learning the mechanics and putting them to use instead of just encountering them. Now, you might be wondering, how does all of this culminate? If you guessed a 2-minute escape sequence where if you fail you die, you'd be correct! This was my least favorite part of the tower, primarily because it's right at the end, and if you don't execute everything perfectly, you're a goner. The timer, in my opinion, is pretty tight and you don't have much room for error. And if you do manage to screw up enough, well, let's just say you're gonna have a fun 20 minutes. Luckily, all of this footage was from a rebeat. I actually did beat the steeple. With 3 seconds left on the timer, mind you, I thought I was a goner. Don't let the rating at only difficult fool you. This is not for the faint of heart. I was struggling on this for a while, even when I had already had a few intenses under my belt. The first 9 floors of this citadel are pretty punishing. You need to learn the jumps, or else you don't have a chance. I was lucky enough to have vertical mobility so I could at least practice some of the jumps, but most people don't have that luxury. Obviously, this wasn't as hard as something like Citadel of Treats and Tricks, but I mean, hey, it's still a citadel. The third one I've ever completed, mind you. This one segment of floor 6 with like this X pusher with the hole in the middle was the most confusing thing in the world. I fell like 3 to 4 times on it. First of all, you have to go slow and line yourself up so that you don't fall off, and even once you do get there, you have to hold down the jump button or else you won't have enough momentum to make the jump and you'll just fall. If there's one thing I could change about this citadel, it would be these kinds of tricky jumps. Wait a minute, that's hypocritical. This is literally Citadel of Tricky Situations. Why would I not expect this? Then again, these kinds of jumps were more infuriating than tricky, as the Citadel name claims. Floor 9 was probably one of the most stressful insides I have ever completed in a tower. The thin jumps, the high punishment. I fell on this floor once and had to redo a lot of the tower. That alongside the incredibly scary raps that you have to do in order to complete this floor. I feel like most of the trickiness was crammed in this because, like, if this was the entire Citadel, I would not play it. I would just skip to the next hardest one, but this is just weird. I had to look up a guide for some of these jumps. I was that confused. However, there is one massive saving grace of this tower, as mentioned earlier. You get a full safety net on floor 10. Yes, the difficulty does ramp up here, but everything is netted, albeit with a kill brick, but you can just cheese that with the T-pose emote. I did receive pretty big amounts of stress on the last, like, 2 floors. However, it was a lot less stressful knowing I didn't have to fall all the way back down to floor 1 if I did happen to fall. It's just the peace of mind, you know? I've seen this with a lot of citadels putting a safety net near the end, which I really like. It's like, you don't have to do it anymore unless you do happen to die in some way. A kind of saving grace in a long, long journey. Oh wait. At the very, very end of the citadel, there's an outside where you have tons of 1 studs. It's not that hard, but like, the nerve control you need here is insane. Oh yeah, also, a 10.5 stud jump. Cause why not? Citadel of laptop splitting reference, am I right? However, I managed to do it and beat Citadel of Tricky Situations in only 28 minutes. Granted, my failed attempts took a lot longer than that, but hey, I still beat it. Yeah, so remember when I said that I liked longer towers with less punishment? This is basically the exact opposite. This is the most punishing tower I have ever seen. You basically have to do every single jump perfectly, or else you just fall and die. It's that simple. This was infuriating. infuriating when I first tried it. I tried beating this steeple in part 1 for like extra video content, but it was just so punishing that I couldn't even do it until now. Alright, now for the good things about this steeple. I like the whole water park aesthetic. It really makes me nostalgic for all of the times that I went to water parks as a kid. Then again, everything really wasn't in yellow and purple. The color combination does give water park vibes though. I also like the use of client objects here. If this steeple wasn't so damn punishing, it would have been a lot more fun. Maybe like a safety net that teleports you to the previous 2 floors. Would have been a lot nicer than what we have here now. At the very least, this steeple is very short, a good test of your skill. One more bad thing, some segments can be confusing. Like, you see that purple neon part that's always going around the spinner? That basically instantly kills you because it flings you off down into the GBJ below. Why this doesn't like trip you and give you a chance to recover, I have no idea. The ending sequence is really cool too. You actually get to go down the water slide that would have killed you if you hadn't done the whole thing. Short and sweet, but could use less punishment all around. Now, all the way back in part 1, I thought a challenging steeple was easier to beat than a challenging tower, because steeples last shorter. Oh boy, how wrong I was. 2 hours. It took me 2 hours and 32 attempts to beat this steeple. Granted, most of it was from when I was grinding it back in part 1, and I wasn't as nearly as skilled as I am now, but still. Do not underestimate the difficulty of this steeple. While it does seem short, it packs a punch. While the punishment is high, it isn't as high as Soar was. The 5th floor, however, in my opinion, was the hardest one by a long shot. For example, a head hitter partial wrap onto a half stud. Eventually, I did manage to complete the steeple though in a 12-minute run. Shorter than most towers, yeah, but the time I spent grinding it earlier was no short thing. Now, I didn't want to make this video without doing at least one intense. And at this point, I was pretty embarrassed that I did not complete the literal easiest intense in the game. So, I completed a Trappy Tower. Yay, I love Ring 1. Welcome to Tower of Impossible Expectations, the tower where the first 3 floors become muscle memory if you try hard enough. A lot of people see the difficulty and try attempting this as their first intense, in which I say, please no. This tower is full of skips. Oh yeah, you also like, half stud jumps, traps everywhere that are almost undetectable? Well then, come on in because this tower is full of them. Even the skips themselves are super unreliable to execute, having to go off a spinner, having to ledge climb on a half stud brick. Either that, or doing a spinner kill brick tightrope thing. The main floors I had problems with were floors 4 and 5. After learning the skips on the other floors, they were kinda decent. I say until I got to the floor 8 outside, where you are on a spinner dodging kill bricks that are collidable, by the way, and if you hit them, you fall. I mean, unless you land on one. It took hours off my day, but eventually, I managed.
Uh-oh, you just got beamed.
I'm sorry? Whose idea was it to put an invisible insta-kill brick near the win pad? This was the absolute dumbest thing I had seen in a tower, and I was not about to accept that after hours of grinding. I I don't care if any of you think it's a legitimate run. I used vertical mobility, a 5,000 Robux game pass, to reach the end instantly. I'm putting that game pass to use, and I'm on a time limit here. I gotta make all these videos and... Okay, yeah, true, but this was different, okay? Wow, we're already at the last tower of the video? That was quick. I chose Tower of Downward Mobility because, as you would expect, it is a descending tower with you receiving a safety net every single floor. Due to this, I thought it would be quite easy. And you would be correct. Well, kind of. The personal difficulty at the beginning is probably peak difficult because, yeah, there are some parts of this tower that are pretty hard, I guess. First off, floors 3 and 4. This was probably the longest segment in the tower where you actually don't have a safety net. Well, there is one other long one, but it's not as hard, and we'll get to that later. This one took me quite a bit to get consistent at, cause, you know, platforms that push you off, a bunch of one-stud jumps. It took me like 10 to 15 minutes on my first attempt. Oh, but once you get down there, then you gotta put up with the ice floor. At this point, I had not done ice basically at all, so it was just extremely awkward to get down the ice ramps. This momentum jump here was pretty confusing too. However, the big saving grace was that, again, everything was netted. I didn't have to worry about losing any progress. Also, real quick, I'd like to mention how there is a massive half-stud ice tightrope that you gotta get done, which consists of like half of the entire floor. Pretty infuriating if you ask me, but like, I did it first try either way, so it wasn't that bad. The other stuff was generic stuff like, you know, the dark floor, along with some timed button challenges. Nothing too big, but it did take a bit of time to get down again. The entire tower can basically be done in under 20 minutes if you're skilled enough. However, there were 2 floors that I was deathly scared of. Scared of a little too late, perhaps. This tower's final trick is that the last 2 floors are over a GBJ, meaning if you fall on these last 2 floors, you're done. Restart. I made a rookie's mistake in my first attempt and didn't know this, so I just asked the people in the server and they said, yep, it was a GBJ. The floors themselves were like hard difficulty too. It did feel embarrassing to fall there, but I wasn't gonna skip 1.5 floors just cause I did. So I went ahead and rebeat the tower in basically 19 minutes. These last few jumps though, very stressful considering the stakes. It was like an outside. But yeah, I did it. And I guess that means that's the end of J2 Part 4. I do have to admit, I am a bit sorry about this not being the big return I was hoping. In the context of this specific part alone, I had to upload a compilation video in the meantime while this was being made. If I would have fleshed this out like the other parts, it would have taken like 2 weeks to even record. However, I do plan on doing this again in the future, maybe this summer when I have more time. With big projects such as Citadel of Laptop Splitting, Tower of Oblivion, Citadel of Heights and Depths, I'll get to at least some of those soon. However, now, it's still time to wrap things up. While I didn't get a new hardest tower done, I still gained a lot of consistency from playing these. Going directly into the hardest stuff isn't the way to go. It just leads to demotivation and eventually burnout. Setting myself a goal of beating a soul crushing in part 4 was extremely unrealistic. I had just beaten my first non-canon Remorseless, And I didn't even beat Remorseless this time around either. Which is why I'm going to go away with the whole new difficulty every video thing. I'm just gonna beat what I can, and if I beat a new difficulty, good. But we probably won't see me beat a Soul Crushing for a while, sadly. Either way though, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
Love 15.
Hello, various assortment of Strasms! Once your timer runs out 10,000 times, you can have my hat! Oh, let me go! That may be a lot, but they made one fatal mistake. They didn't join the group!
I am jaded of your greed.
Oh, okay, yeah, understandable, really. Now, considering how you clicked on this video, I'm going to assume that you already know what UGC is. However, in the slight possibility that you don't, it's basically allowing everyone with some sort of money to upload items onto the Roblox marketplace as long as you have an ID verified. But one of the features allows you to sell free items directly in your game. So, naturally, people have been finding a way to exploit this for their own profit. Introducing free UGC games. Do a thing in a game, earn an item. However, you'll soon learn that it's not as simple as just completing a quest in the hunt. It is much, much worse than that. So today we're going to be looking at 11 of these types of games, what makes them bad, and see if they have any redeeming qualities. So without further ado, let's begin! Welcome to Dance for UGC. Press a button to dance, keep dancing, and once you finish dancing, you get free UGC. Sounds simple, right? First off, let's check out the monetization. Our first thing that we see is a crate featuring a very rare UGC item featuring something called star tokens and spins for something that looks like a wheel, alongside a starter pack and a mini pack and a flex pack and a celebrity pack and so many packs. You also have your typical 2x game pass and auto spin, giving me flashbacks of those RNG games, along with shines, which basically pop up on your screen, and when you click them you get a bonus, alongside your typical boosts and stat packs. However, what's also present is a $5 a month VIP subscription. Oh yeah, and the 0.01% on the spin wheel. Next, let's check out the UGC store. So, obviously at the top we have sponsored ads for some reason. I'm not sure why they're sponsored. We also have spin bonuses for getting them. Now, we get 5,000 fame every 20 minutes, so if we take into account the cost of this 2 million fame item, it would take 120 hours of playtime to get one item! Oh, I found out what that sponsored thing was. You can actually reserve ads for some reason, pretty advanced for a UGC game. Now, in order to reserve an ad, you need to spend 2,500 Robux. Okay, I did not expect that, but that's pretty reasonable for an ad for a game of this size. This game also has pets, in which you need to play 50 hours to unlock the last egg. Yeah, oh my goodness, premium payouts. Instead of multiplying wins, they reduce time. We also have the typical daily rewards, the streak bonus for the daily rewards, playtime rewards, you know, quests and stuff, and premium benefits. Oh yeah, one more thing. If you move at all, it resets the 20-minute timer. What if someone accidentally touches your keyboard? Do you gotta wait the entire 20 minutes again for premium payouts? This game sets a bad monetization precedent for the things that we have to see in the future, and unfortunately, it's not gonna get any better, so let's see what the other games do with this concept. UGC Don't Move is basically the exact same thing, except you can't control whether you can move or not. all you can do is just stand still, or else the 30-minute timer resets. It's not 20 anymore. And considering how you can just buy 50,000 seconds for like 15 Robux, that really just makes a statement about this game, you know? And yes, it uses the same pet system from before. Oh gee, limited stock pets. I wonder where we've seen that before. Also, who would have thought it? A Game Pass that removes the entire gimmick. Yeah! Also, what does the ban hammer do? It's like $50 and it doesn't even say. Does it ban people? Does it kick people? I bet these tasks involve you waiting for an hour. The catalog just feels a bit scuffed, but I mean, it works, I guess? Also, yes, this does share the exact same advertisement system as the last game we played. Completely not ripping off. Yay, definitely not. Oh yeah, and it's 1,000 Robux this time if you're wondering. Now, I found an option to kick people, and while I usually don't want to support spending money on these creators at all, I just couldn't resist trying it out on myself to see if it actually worked. And sure enough, it did. What was I expecting, really? I'm gonna be completely honest, UGC Math Race just looks like one of those games you would see in a TikTok asking you to like and subscribe and watch until the ending.
This gameplay footage is absolutely insane!
It's exactly what you would expect. It's a color race game, except you solve the most basic math problems to exist. Oh yeah, and despite this being a round-based game, you can respawn with Robux, because why not? Just ruin it for everyone else. Oh yeah, and the quests literally just involve jumping for some reason, along with playing for like up to 1,000 hours at a time. Okay, my goodness. They got a random UGC shop, which you would expect, except most of the stuff isn't even limited. Game passes are pretty generic, just fly to the end every single time. Oh, but they have admin commands. But let's just test something real quick. Well, we can't see the commands that we do get, but we can check out the oh, it's just VIP admin that they set themselves. These only involve doing these to yourself, by the way, so unless you want, like, I don't know, being able to size yourself to 2, then I don't suggest to get this. Also, 99 Robux for no pop-up ads? Are we seriously at that point where you have to pay 99 Robux to not get ads? This is Roblox, not a mobile game. 99% of the UGC is sold out, probably because you can buy the currency that you need to get said, quote, free UGC with Robux. So in reality, the crown just cost me 650 Robux. Yep, definitely free there. When I first saw a play for UGC, I thought it was a cool concept. Then I actually joined the game and realized it was generic UGC slop. First of all, currency was useless because you could buy it with Robux, and when I actually put on the spin button, oh my goodness, that is really low chance for the wings. Oh my god. Oh yeah, also, you can get free UGC from joining every single day and playing for an hour every day. They also had an AFK button. I wonder what that does. Oh, it just puts you in a room with like 6 advertisements playing so that they get money from it. Totally not gaming the advertisement system. Yeah, totally not. Not that there are already like 4 different advertisement boards around the place. The actual free UGC felt a bit limited since like only one item wasn't out of stock. I joined a minigame and it just felt like I'd seen this game in like Fall Guys or something, because this was like the most generic minigame I had ever played. I'm not going to assume it's the rest for everything else, but at the same time, it just felt boring considering how almost nobody actually wanted to play the game. Plus, when we died, we just got teleported to a room with like 5 different ad boards and dummies. This just kinda feels a bit lazily made, honestly. I really don't have anything to say about this game. Tap for UGC is just an incredibly basic simulator. Like, I'm talking one egg. The UGC seems like fine, I guess. Obviously, there's like a ton of miscellaneous Robux stuff. I don't know why they put the biggest pack at the bottom, though. Also, it was just confusing considering how I already had an auto-clicker. Maybe it came with my premium, but they were still offering an auto-clicker game pass. Maybe it was the secondary one. I don't really have much to say because this is just so basic that I don't really have anything to comment on it, so let's go to the next one. Now, just waiting around isn't the only type of free UGC game. There are also these spinner games. Instead of just watching a timer tick down, you now have the illusion that you just have to get lucky in order to get the UGC. Except now you also have to wait for spins, or just buy an infinite spins game pass or play the game for an hour. I'm not sure why one of the quests is jump a certain amount of times. Is it some hidden Roblox engagement statistic? Either way, this is how the spinner usually works. You press the spin button and you usually get nothing. 90% of the other rewards are just more spins, like, yay. Either that, or you could get a UGC, which the normal spinner looks like it's pretty common. However, once you click the odds, yeah, okay, that's like a 1 in 100,000 chance, just typical UGC odds. This inconceivable rarity is what drives people. Is it that dopamine rush that compels you, or just the premium payouts for the developer that compels them? Either way though, this really isn't the only spinner game. Spin for free UGC is another example of this. However, I feel that it's just a lot more pay to win. Yeah, the odds are better this time, but at the same time, times 2 luck, times 3 luck, times 4 luck, you can just buy a lot more things in general. Except, there's one really big thing that I noticed. The rarest item is out of stock! So what happens if you do hit that 1 in 10,000 chance? Do you just get nothing? At least, like, have a second UGC item on standby to replace it. What happens if you have to leave the game for a while and you just have no UGC to provide? Either way, I don't really have much to say. This is just a generic spinner product. Stay for UGC felt like the most obvious one out of all of them, because this is just actively telling you to AFK for the UGC. There's not even any gimmick or anything, it's just stay in game. Which is really hard to do as a free-to-play player, considering how you can spend 40 Robux for 30,000 seconds. Alongside the same rainbow OP spiel that you get in every other simulator. In fact, this just has the same pull a sword feel to it. I can't really describe it. It's just that child pandering simulator genre. Then again, this studio did say that they were going to make simulators in the future. I was going to buy a Kick, however it was like 329 Robux, which like, oh my god, that's a lot more expensive than last time. So we're just gonna not do the troll thing like we're supposed to and just move on to the next game. AFK for UGC, you know it's gonna be good when they pull out the AI thumbnail. Despite this being marketed as another simple sit-and-wait game, it's a simple sit-and-wait game. Except it's not actually that because it's a simulator! Screw you! Yes, just as this genre couldn't get any worse, you now gotta play a simulator to get free UGC. Imagine that! It's almost like you gotta pay to even get a chance to get the UGC because it's so pay to win! Oh no, the tank is out of stock. Good thing it still has negative 34 copies left. They couldn't even get that right! Oh wow, a reward spinner with a 1 in 100,000 UGC chance? Sign me up! Oh yeah, and did I mention how there is no UGC? On a side note, there are troll options. Click for UGC, alright, let's see if this is any better. On a starter note, hey, at least this game actually has items that are in stock. You can still buy it with Robux, yeah sure, but it's a start, okay? Even though this is the second to last game of the video. Now, one pet peeve I have with these simulators are the huge pets, because like, they just copy your best pets, so like, if you just have a full team, then what's the need to get any more than one copy of your best pet? It just defeats the entire purpose. The Robux shop has everything you'd come to expect. Huge pets, exclusive eggs and stuff. Surprisingly enough, the only thing besides the starter packs and click deals is the click potions in the shop. It's not like you could put everything on the screen on the shop instead. Another thing it does is that it randomly asks you if you want to add the game to your favorites. Like, what do you think? Another thing is that, surprisingly, there's no UGC in the daily spin for some reason. Or really any wheel for that matter. Alright, now it's time to check out the final
UGC RNG.
You cannot be serious. Welcome to UGC RNG! Do you love flashy, over-the-top special effects? Well, you'll love this. Yeah, I'm gonna admit that this roll effect here is like extremely in your face. Like, I can't see anything. Now, this basically functions like a spinner game, except it's reskinned into an RNG game to ride off of the new genre. I already talked about this new genre in an earlier video of mine, however, I'll go ahead and give you the rundown. Click button, 1 in 500,000 chance to get stuff. Now let's go over the Robux stuff. Immediately, we get hit with fake sales, which I am 99% sure is illegal. Really, 33 Robux for a 10-minute boost, okay. Also, what good is infinite spins if I already have 126 that takes 5 seconds to spin? I mean, if I'm like fresh out, then maybe, but if I'm stockpiling them, then it wouldn't be necessary. Also, based on the general theming of this game, I can assume this is also anime-based, because, like, you know, the Honored one. For an RNG game, this surprisingly isn't as predatory as I thought. Yeah, sure, you have the 1 in 7 million UGC, but hey, it's still an RNG game where you can actually earn Robux through selling these free UGCs. Still will take an extremely long time and will probably give the developers more Robux through premium payouts than you would earn by playing the game. I AFK'd for like 5 minutes and either got nothing or +1 spin, so rest assured this isn't really worth your time. No crafting or anything, just wait. Which is a common trope in all of these games. The only thing you do is wait, and if you're a premium member, you're obviously encouraged to play, which just gives premium payouts to the developer. And if you're not premium, it's really just to boost a statistic, that being the player count, which boosts the game's credibility, which leads more people to play the game. Now, I'm not going to say that all of these developers are Satan's scumbags. They're just trying to ride a trend. None of this is illegal or anything, but at the same time, do people with a brain really want to play this? There are obviously better ways to get more free UGC than just standing for 20 hours straight. And even if you do stand in still for 20 hours straight, who's to say someone wouldn't do it before you? This entire genre was kickstarted by the fact that anyone could upload UGC in the first place. Anyone can upload anything for anyone to wear. And obviously, people are going to exploit it, like I've said at the beginning of this video. While the game may claim the UGC is free, it comes at a valuable cost: your time. It's up to you to decide if it's worth it or not. And with that being said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.
RB battles noob versus pro versus hacker. Watch until the
Glass brick!
Now, I'm no stranger to talking about developers that exploit children. Here on this channel, we've talked about the scummiest business tactics available. I've seen like 20 different game passes in one game and like a billion different microtransactions. However, nothing that we've talked about has promised free money. all of the stuff was just mindless fodder, sure, but they weren't actually promising you prizes of value. Well, today we're gonna change that. We're gonna talk about games that actually promise prizes, and how they're scams. Yeah, none of these are real. They're obviously not. However, the display over there shows a scam that's from 2017, but we're not gonna go that far back. We're going to take a look at recent scams, or rather just free Robux games in general. Sadly, none of the password games exist anymore, but I still need to put scams in the title. If I said free Robux games, then the YouTube algorithm gods would smite me. We're going to take a look at genuine horse crap. Before it was forgivable, but now this is just top tier sin. So without further ado, let's get into it. You wanna know what one of the #1 red flags for a game for me is? HD admin. No matter what game you have, you should at least figure out how to disable the donor prompt. Like, come on. Now, we have a spinner wheel for money, however I don't have enough money yet. I'm not gonna do the obby just yet though, I'm gonna look around a bit. At least in this game we have free morphs where I can become, you know, Grimace. I feel so Sigma! We also have a playtime mystery box, only 10 minutes for some reason. Alright, enough stalling, let's play the actual bridge. This is a Squid Game-esque glass bridge game. You know, this is basically what all of these are gonna be. Every single time you touch a block, there's a 1 in 2 chance it just drops you. However, this is preset for every server. There are no checkpoints though, so it eventually just becomes everyone waiting at one certain point for another player to jump. And unless you can memorize the combination, you basically just have to guess every single time. What this game doesn't promise though, is Robux, at least not in-game. Yeah, the title implies you get free Robux, however the description says a bit otherwise. Dear Roblox moderators, I would like to bring to your attention that this game aligns seamlessly with Roblox's terms of service, ensuring strict adherence to all rules and guidelines. It is essential to underscore that the game does not make any commitments regarding rewards. The primary goal is to offer players an enjoyable and engaging experience. Enjoyable and engaging experience. If you don't want to do the rigged obstacle course, you can do the other obbies. I am playing the hardest one right now. This is absolutely dog crap. This further reinforced the fact that this game was made for literal toddlers. You know, if the Poe plush and Pomni didn't make you figure that out from the get-go. All in all, pretty manipulative, but let me tell ya, we're just getting started. Now it's time to get into the really awful, so strap in. Now, I have no idea what the killer part of this is, but the only thing that's being killed here is my sanity. You're being flooded with messages to, ooh, skip to the end, buy this helicopter to skip to the end instead. A permanent sale pop-up, not annoying at all. And a 10-minute timer with a 400 Robux price. The game itself is Glass Bridge, what did you expect? Only 5% of people make it to the end. Oh my goodness, I need to make it to the end too. It's pretty generic, but it does something super scummy though. Whenever you try to leave, it blasts alarm in your face so that you don't leave. If your goal is to get the toddlers to stay, wouldn't blaring alarms in their face make them want to leave more? This just seems like it would have the opposite effect. Anyways, let's see what the next game does. Wow, a game that isn't Glass Bridge? Amazing! Never mind, it's even worse. Aside from you getting advertised Ultra Mega Admin for 300 Robux, you have 14-hour playtime rewards where you have a chance for $100,000. If it's not Robux, then what would the $100,000 be? Alright then, I'll bite, let's play then. The path that they obviously want you to take is the 25,000 stud trust. Obviously, premium payouts, whatever, randomly advertising you favorites, you know. There was also this Lammy event, apparently a German Roblox YouTuber. I'm sure as hell that they didn't sponsor this, but at the same time, this could just be Germany's version of Mr. Beast for Roblox. Hang on, wait a moment, is that an object show face? There were two other paths though, one with a, I kid you not, 15 stud jump that you had to do in order to get to the end. Probably even longer, but hey, it's meant to be impossible, so who cares? Don't even try jumping off the truss to get to it though, because there's an invisible wall blocking you. I wasn't gonna take that as an answer though. I wanted to actually get to the end without spending Robux or giving them a lot of premium time. So, what did I do? I got in two ults to line themselves on the edge so I could jump across and finally see what you actually got for winning this game. And I did it! I made it! Let's see what I get! It's a prompt to like the game with super tiny text telling you you only get a badge for it. This must have been heartbreaking for little Timmy who spent 400 Robux on this game only to get a kick in the end. The fact that these games are allowed to exist if you just state anywhere that you don't get Robux just disgusts me. Welcome to the worst cart ride game you'll ever play. A real-time light counter that doesn't work. A teleport to Hazim's dice game to make people think that this is related to it. A random as hell rainbow tools featuring an AK-47 just there. A remove ads button. Again, why would you need that for a Roblox game? A rainbow egg for pets, in which I don't even know what those are for. Oh yeah, and as that's not bad enough, you automatically get transported to the VIP room through conveyors. Isn't that fun? You just automatically go there. It's like black holes. It's like pulling you in. And if that isn't bad enough, the game automatically pulls up your invite prompt the second that you play. Reach the end for a Roblox prize? Yeah, I don't think I will. Do I really have anything to say about this game? It's just another glass bridge thing with free random morphs for some reason, a kill all button, a skip to the end button, just all the stuff that makes one of these games generic. The only weird thing is that there was like a rejoin server teleport gate for some reason. Either way, it's just not really anything of value. I mean, you can just grind for trails, but at the same time, yeah, there's nothing really that interesting here. Now, this one is interesting because it isn't an obby and it isn't just some random thing that you gotta do for like 20 minutes. It's an actual game, albeit a stolen game, but it's a game nonetheless. A game with stolen pet simulator assets, nevertheless. A game that violates TOS by not having the odds to a loot box, nevertheless. In this game, you can basically instantly win by paying Robux or answer the most basic math questions to exist. Like, if you passed kindergarten, you're probably gonna get these math questions right. Also, it's more profitable just to get the loot boxes that fall around the lobby instead of actually playing the game. I mean, there are pets that don't work, amazing. But besides that, this just feels like a worse version of a stolen game. Now, this game seems pretty generic on the surface, but 20 stages doesn't really seem like a lot. I mean, yeah, looking in the group thing, it's literally just hats and another donate chest. And the first stage doesn't look too bad either. But it's when you actually look at the other stages that you actually realize what's going on here. You see that white line near the top of the screen? That is all glass bridge. This game is so incredibly tedious and so incredibly time-consuming. There isn't even any, like, dangling keys in order to get you to keep going. It's just go. I mean, unless, like, you know, Rainbow Carpet. Another generic one of these games. Here we have this game, and wouldn't you know it, it's Glass Bridge for the 100 billionth time. Also, even if it's just for the server, I find it funny how the game has 0 Robux raised. Besides that, it's just Glass Bridge. Again. Yeah, we've seen this before. Now, this game is, hey, wait a moment. Isn't this like the exact same thing as the second game we played? Okay, yeah, of course. The guy who made the second game that we played also made this one, and what do you know? It's a 1-to-1 copy! I could go on and on about how copy-paste games are bad, but I've already done that 1,000 times already. Also, that Robux raise counter is probably fake. Here we have... wait a minute. Why do I even bother? All of these games play and function the exact same way. It promises you a prize, it slightly mentions in the description how it doesn't promise a prize, and then you play the game and basically get scammed out of your time and or money. While it's actually not a terminatable scam, I feel like it should be because it heavily implies that you could get Robux from it, but no you don't. Besides, will a toddler really read the description? It just feels awful to me. Hopefully in the future Roblox will take some form of action against this, but at the moment I'm really not too sure. With that being said though, thank you all for watching and I will see you all next time. Huh? A news flash?
Breaking news! A new Roblox event has just been confirmed for the 23rd of May.
Another new Roblox event so soon? I would've thought it'd been at least 4 months, but no, apparently they're doing it really early this time.
The name of the new event is The Classic, a retro-themed event that will supposedly take you back to old Roblox.
Are we gonna get a rewind event where we actually have all the old stuff back? Or maybe it's going to be the hunt but with retro games. We could have Bake a Cake in this.
The games confirmed for this event are Toilet Tower Defense, Liftopia, Blade
Wait
Ball,
a minute.
Adopt Me,
What?
Driving...
Toilet Tower Defense? That's not retro! What kind of classic event is this?
Hold on, I'm getting a new message from the studio. Yeah? Uh-huh. Right. Apparently they are saying that the games in this event aren't classic at all. Okay, you know what? I quit. I'm not going to continue broadcasting a company's questionable choices. I'm out. Bye.
Well, here we go again. This is simply Roblox's first step into a brand new line of events that will shape Roblox forever.
Roblox presents New Game Bang. Basically, a new game has been created under the Roblox presets group.
We're excited by the response for the hunt. We're experimenting with a slew of new
news. Finally, recently the developers for the Roblox Innovation Awards 2020
unrelated news
spotted joining the Roblox presets group developers for the hunt. Along with this, several assets referring to a potential classic event were included under the group of RIA.
Soon, you won't have to choose.
For one event, and now I have to do it again? Well, there's no use in delaying the inevitable, I guess. Hello everybody, my name is Starism, and about 2 months ago, I did an hour-long documentary on the hunt. And you all absolutely loved it, oh my god, thank you. In said video, I talked about every single game, what you need to do to complete them, what made them good, and what made them bad. And today, I'm doing it all over again. Why? Well, let me show you. It all started when, all the way back during the Hunt event, people were finding classic items flying around the hub. Alongside that, 1 week after the event started, the final reward was in a classic prize giver. Nobody knew what this meant at first, but in reality, this was just classic foreshadowing. Literally. On May 7th, 2024, a new group was made called Twin Atlas Events. Developers for the Hunt were joining this group, therefore, people were extremely excited because this could potentially be a new event. This wasn't a nobody studio either. They made games like World Zero and Creatures of Sonaria. Eventually, some assets were leaked, and the name of the event was revealed, the Classic. At this point, people were asking to bring back old Roblox for years, and finally, we got that opportunity. Not only that, but it was only 2 months after the Hunt had ended. I was still a bit speculative though, until David Baszucki, the CEO of Roblox, teased at a classic game he was playing. David had teased at the Hunt before, so this for me was confirmation we were getting another event, and sooner than we all expected. Zombie Rush was rumored to be joining the event, and with that being a classic game, there was hope that all of the games in this event could be from the old days of Roblox. We could actually have a flashback event. Well, that's not very classic. Now, obviously, people had been a bit concerned when Livetopia uploaded assets for the Classic, considering how Livetopia was made in 2021. These fears were confirmed when Toilet Tower Defense also uploaded assets. Yes, the game about Skibbity Toilet got into a retro-themed event. Who could have seen that coming? With games like Blade Ball and Tower Defense Simulator being confirmed, people were upset that Roblox wasn't even choosing any retro games for the event and just going with whatever's popular now. Everyone was thinking games like Jailbreak and Lumber Tycoon were getting in, but in reality, no. Not all hope was lost though, as Bee Swarm Simulator was also confirmed for the event. They make really good things, it's just they only update every once in a blue moon. And that blue moon was here! Eventually, Roblox confirmed that not only the event was happening, but its release date, that being May 23rd. Not even 2 months after the Hunt ended. The second I heard Livetopia was rejoining shocked me because I had given that game a 2 out of 10 on my initial Hunt review. The time crunch between events also kinda scared me considering how when the event was rushed, people were just making 15-minute timers. Eventually though, portals started appearing in the participating games, like Driving Empire, Restaurant Tycoon 2, Bed Wars, Dusty Trip, Blade Ball, and other games. Roblox then posted another teaser, where they didn't even bother to switch to R6, for the event about retro Roblox. This event also had the equivalent to the core blocks, with you getting free rewards if you have an overly expensive bundle, and this one had 2 of them. That being the Treasure Finder and the Timeless Valkyrie. Valkyrie, however you say it. It costed 19,000 Robux this time, only 10,000 Robux less than the core blocks. Let's be real, the only reason you would actually buy this item besides the Classic is for the Valkyrie. Finally, on May 20th, we actually got a page for the event. This supposedly answered all of our burning questions, so let's check it out. This event would last for a grand total of 5 days? The Hunt lasted for 2 weeks! As if that wasn't enough, there are now 2 currencies to look for. I mean, hey, at least the hub looks pretty nice. Tokens are found through completing challenges. Ticks are just randomly hidden in random places, I guess. Wait a minute. Oh, thank God there are only 15 games this time. It took me like 20 hours to do all 100 in the hunt, so actually having Roblox listen and only have 15 this time is really refreshing. It feels like they actually took my feedback to heart. Also, around 150 people managed to complete the quest for Gunfight Arena a day before the event actually began. Definitely not an unfair advantage against leaderboard hunters, am I right? Also, the day before the event started, Roblox posted a teaser for the Classic by having today's picks be Classic games, despite none of these games being in the Classic event. Why would you even advertise these games if they have literally nothing to do with the event? I mean, besides the theming, of course. Enough stalling, though. Let's actually get into things. Oh, come on, I was just about to get into things and you just had to— Hi, Starism!
Hi, Star.
Both of you showed up? That's never happened before?
Yeah, it's because we want to do more with our lives than stay in a white void for eternity.
I tagged along with him because I heard that a new Roblox event was coming.
Well, I guess since everybody is here, why not?
Not necessarily everyone.
What? Who are you? I mean, you do look familiar, but—
The name's Kobo. Used to work at that news station covering Roblox topics, but I quit after seeing what they were doing with the Classic. I saw what was going on during the hunt, and I feel like you're my best bet at seeing up front if this event is really as bad as I initially thought.
Ooh, finally! Someone new to play with!
Okay, now hold on. I know it's only 15 games this time, but last time I did something like this, it took 20 hours! Are you three sure that you want to go through with this?
I mean, it's either that or playing Deal or No Deal for 40.
I'm always up for stimulation! Why do you think I watch Skibbity Toilet 20 hours a day?
This is probably going to be torture for me, but I'm not going to let quitting my job go to waste. Let's rock.
Alright, well if everybody's ready, let's get this show on the road! We begin our retro adventure in the Hub World, which is arguably one of the best parts of this event. Compared to the Hunt's version of the Hub World, which was just the portals, this one has tons of quests and things to do. For example, you can do things like capture the flag, obbies, cart rides, and a bunch of other retro-themed activities for tickets and tokens, the main currency of this event. There's so much to do, in fact, you can already get 2 hub items and 1 avatar item by not even playing any of the games and just doing the quests. There's also a VIP lounge which requires you to wear an actual shirt that has a VIP image on it. This referencing to old Roblox is much more than I would have anticipated. I wasn't around on Roblox long enough to experience a lot of these, but I know all of these mechanics. So to see all of this retro stuff be introduced here is actually quite nice. The hub alone spent a good 45 minutes of our time, which is around the runtime of a long event game. Most of the quests in question ranged from things like find all of the portals, go to a secret room, complete a few laps around a racetrack. It even had forced click to move. I mean, obviously you could still move with WASD, but you could still click to move the old way. That's the level of attention to detail they have. The one gripe I have with this hub world is that it forces R15 on you. This would have been really perfect if they had R6 enabled, but apparently not. This is still a really good hub world though. While we're here, I might as well explain how this whole event works. Every single game is hiding 10 tickets and 5 tokens. Tickets can be exchanged for items in the hub world, while tokens can be exchanged for avatar items. By purchasing the gold track, you can bling avatar items, which make them golden. You can also automatically unlock the gold track by buying a 15,000 Robux package. So Kobo, what are your thoughts on this hub world?
The hub is probably the best part of the event. There's a lot of interactivity around the hub where you can do things and get yourself some tickets and tokens to at least get the first couple of items. It definitely encourages exploration, and the secrets aren't really hard to find either with some teamwork and help. Although if you're in a public server, expect it to be a bit more chaotic. We got our stuff done in the private server, but still though, the amount of effort they put into the hub really shows. I also got the staff, dev, and starsaiior exclusive items pretty easily. As much as the public server chaos is a bit unwelcome, there's a bit of charm to it. This is a solid 10 out of 10. As someone that joined Roblox around the early 2010s, I can confirm this is pretty accurate to how old Roblox is like.
This is an example of what all future event hubs should be, and while I wasn't planning on reviewing things that weren't actual games, I'm going to give this a 9 out of 10. Twin Atlas, you guys really outdid yourselves this time. Bee Swarm Simulator was the one that I had the highest hopes for. After all, this was on it. The last time he was included in an event was Ready Player 2, and he did a really good job with that quest.
Star, that was like 2 to 3 years ago.
Okay, yeah, but still, I have hopes, alright? Tickets are obtained by just finding them around the map. I wasn't really expecting anything else, but it still kinda works. However, not all of the ticks are actually in the main area. We have to go to the event area for a lot of them. So, let's go in. The way you get ticks in this game is kind of linear. There are a bunch of pads that you need to find and step on to go to the next area, and some of these areas have tickets in them. This isn't the actual event quest, but it's a good distraction right before you go in. Now, the actual event quest itself was something I was not expecting from Bee Swarm Simulator of all games. This is a hive defense game. Once you go to the field, you go ahead and make honey so that you can buy bricks, or you can just get bricks by killing enemies. Once you get enough bricks, you can do stuff like unlock weapons, boosts, and your bees. Yes, all of your bees are locked behind a paywall in bricks. Then, most of the time, you actually get up close and personal with the enemies and fight them yourself. If 10 of the enemies reach your hive, it's game over. Every 2 waves, you get a token. Survive 10 waves and you get all of the tokens and complete the game. Now, I would say that this is a good quest overall, if it wasn't so dang hard. You need teammates that know what they're doing and are actively participating. Otherwise, you don't stand a chance. It took us 45 minutes of trial and error before we were finally able to get all of the things for this. We had to keep finding tons of different teammates, and a lot of them were either AFK or immediately left.
Oh gee, I sure do love being paired up with people who never know what they're doing and always screw things up for everyone else. If you don't have like 3 other friends, that automatically makes this quest a billion times worse, and that goes for every other quest that requires you have a team to do it.
If it's scaled with the amount of players that were in game, I would like this a lot more. I do like how it's like really satisfying once you get the rocket launcher and you can just kill like tons of enemies at once. Like, you deal so much damage to them. It took a lot of time, but we eventually did do it. This is a quality quest, no doubt about that. It's really hard, and especially considering how you usually get paired up with randoms. For those reasons, I'm going to give this quest a 5 out of 10. It really had potential, however its difficulty kind of squandered it.
Oh boy, adopt me? I love Adopt Me! I have 27 Mega Neon Rainbow Flying Pets!
And I don't care. The ticks in this game are pretty hard to find without a guide. I had a guide. It's just walk to different buildings and find the tickets in hidden places, but it's a pretty big map, so it's hard to find everything. That's not the main point I'm making in this segment, though. Because this is one of the most boring quests in the entire event. In order to get the tokens, you have to actually raise the pet that they give you. Doesn't sound too bad, right? It took me over an hour of tedious tasks just to raise this damn teapot to an adult. I would show you a time lapse, however that would take up gigabytes of storage on my computer. If you only had to raise it like 2 to 3 stages, that would be fine, but you have to raise it all the way. And unless you grind this game, it's just so boring. The only reason I'm not giving this a 1 is because the stuff is like kinda well modeled. At least they made an original pet for the event. Plus, it didn't really require any skill, just a lot of waiting. Doesn't excuse this though, so I'm going to give it a 2 out of 10. I would have just preferred an event flashback like last time. Like before, I had high hopes for Tower Defense Simulator, however, this just, again, was way too hard. It suffers from a lot of the same problems as Bee Swarm Simulator, except instead of you needing to be on a team, now you're forced to play solo. There's pretty obviously a set strategy that you have to go with, and that's pretty hard to figure out when you're given 5 different units that you don't know what they do. An experienced player could probably figure out first try, however, I'm not an experienced Tower Defense Simulator player. Meaning I had to spend over an hour and 20 minutes just figuring out the strategy for these. Not to mention that you have to spend 100 Robux in order to unlock the 2 times thing for 3 rounds only. There was cool theming with the retro stuff and the 1x1x1x1 thing, but we didn't actually get a 1x1x1x1 boss fight. Instead, we get the Fallen King. As for the story, I do like the overarching thread of 1x. And the maps do eventually distort like they did with the Hunt event. However, it was just way too time consuming to figure it out. I am going to say that this is slightly better than Bee Swarm's quest in my opinion, because you don't have to rely on other teammates being experienced, you only gotta rely on yourself being experienced. Which is why I'm going to give Tower Defense Simulator a 6 out of 10. If you ever do this again in the future, maybe try not to make it so hard. Blade Ball's quest is interesting, because despite it having a boss themed around this event, that's only a part of what you need to do. What you do need to do for the tokens is actually complete a set of quests. To get the tokens, you get a set of 3 quests, complete all of them to go to the next set. This is stuff like, block a certain amount of times, collect a certain amount of ticks, etc. The way you get ticks is that there are actually 10 added classic maps this event, and that there is 1 ticks hidden in each of them. Except it's not exactly optional, because the second quest set has you get all of them. And that, to me, is super tedious after a while. Especially since that there are no tickets in the boss fight itself, so I was just all around server hopping all over the place just so I could get a chance at having a ticket, because you can only get 1 ticket per map. I did a bit of this one with Kobo, so let's see what they think.
I like these kinds of reaction-based games, so I had a good time personally. The event mission order is a bit much though. Why are you supposed to grab all the tickets so early on the second batch of missions? Shouldn't it be best saved for a batch later down the line like the 4th batch? Although the stuff you get from the event is really nice. I like the cosmetics and stuff you get for being the boss. Actually, speaking of the boss, I kinda like how they did it. Keyword being kinda. I have some gripes with it. The only thing that is really holding it back is that it relies on no patterns and is RNG based, which means you could get really unlucky and lose out of no control of your own by the jail rocket lava combo. There's no way you can get out of it unless you jump before the jail, but even then the rockets would still kill you if they come up. This is a 7 out of 10. I like the event maps and the cosmetics, but the boss kinda holds it back because of the RNG nonsense.
I didn't really like this quest as much as Kobo. Yeah, sure, the maps were really well modeled and themed, and the boss fight was really good too. It's just that this whole thing wasn't really that enjoyable due to the amount of server hopping and praying that I win and stuff. Not to mention the map selection RNG. This could have been a very good quest, but I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. I just wish it wasn't so tedious. Now that we're a few games in, I think it's safe for me to go ahead and start to give my opinions on this event so far. First off, the obvious elephant in the room, the game selection. Almost none of these games are classic. The only one you could kind of consider classic that we've done right now is Bee Swarm Simulator. And even then, that's a bit of a stretch. Alongside that, all of the ones that we've played are either really tedious or really hard. When I was first doing this, I didn't even think I was going to get all of the tokens and tickets, and I was just going to skip some of them because of how tedious they were. But I did end up getting all of the tokens and tickets sooner or later. We're not even a third of the way through the event though.
Yep, it's exactly as I feared. The games in this event aren't really classic at all, and some of them do the bare minimum of classic theming.
Now that I think about it, should we even do all of this? It will probably just be more favorable for a lot of us if we just go to one of the portal worlds and stay there for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I'm really starting to second guess myself with the event here.
Okay, look, I may have overestimated things, sure, but we can't give up. It's going to be tedious, sure, but that's what we all expected going in this. We have to keep going.
You're right. I came here to complete the classic with you, and there's no use backing down now.
Going in all these new places is really stimulating for me, so I say let's keep going.
Sure, I mean, if you say so, I guess.
Alrighty then, no time to waste. It's only up from here. I was already kind of dreading what Livtopia's quest would be, considering how awful it was in the hunt. But this time, it isn't as bad. But just because it isn't as bad doesn't mean that it's good.
So you're saying it's bad?
Yeah. The core gameplay loop is that first you go ahead and click items on the shelves of the supermarket. Except it's kind of easy if you know the locations, considering how they have an infinite click range. There are like 3 to 6 items and it's all preset. After you do get all of the items, you go ahead and drive over to the waypoint and deliver the items. You would assume that you only need to complete 5 orders in order to get all the tokens, right?
Oh gee, I wonder if that's right or not.
Of course it isn't! You gotta complete 15 of them!
Jesus Christ, 15 of that?
Yeah, pretty tedious. For every 3 orders you complete, 2 more tickets spawn. The map is huge, but you generally encounter most of them while you're delivering stuff. It took me around 25 minutes to do everything. Not like the absolute worst, but it was still just boring. It was kinda quick though, I'll give it that. 3 out of 10, good job, you earned 1 more point than last time. At least it's not doing nothing for 5 minutes. Here we have Toilet Tower oh god, wait.
Toilet
Wait, you survived that?
Do not underestimate my capabilities.
You silly goober.
Alrighty then, I won't question that.
Anyways, moving on from that, we have Toilet Tower Defense. Yeah, they chose this for the classic. I'm not gonna mention the massive controversy regarding a certain individual in this staff team, but yeah, it wasn't pretty. The tickets are fine, it's in a small map, but that isn't why I'm going to give this a bad rating. Yeah, who would have thought? Because you have to do things like break 1,000 toilets. Oh, now do it again using this one specific unit that you only get after doing every other quest. An hour and a half. That is how long it took for me to do this. An hour and a half to do all of the quests you had to do for this stupid game, even with a 400 Robux unit. And even then, you gotta grind the kills with another unit on the last quest. Yeah, this entire thing is just shamelessly forcing people to pay Robux or have, like, stupidly good teammates, and even then, convince them to let you have the kills with your new unit. The new unit itself is, like, fine, I guess. It's pretty expensive, and by the time you have enough money for it, it's not really that good. Either way, though, due to how grindy it all is, I'm going to give this a 2 out of 10. If it was a lot less grindy, then maybe it would be good. In the hunt, Arsenal's quest was really good. Which is why when I heard that they were participating in this event too, I thought that this was going to be one of the only good ones. And it is. It's just this is another situation where it's way too hard. In order to complete this event for this game, you have to basically do 5 different challenges. These challenges can be done all at once, a certain amount at once, or individually. You have to beat it, obviously, and that gives you your first token. But you also have to beat it while collecting every ticket, beat it solo, beat it with only the starter weapon, and beat it in under 15 minutes. Unless you are an absolute god at this game, you're gonna have to do this multiple times. And my first run took me 37 minutes to complete. Yes, there are a crap ton of checkpoints, but that doesn't really help when you get bombarded with enemies that can kill you in 27 microseconds. On this run, I also collected every Tix, which gave me 3 tokens. Now, obviously, I couldn't beat it with the starter weapon and under 15 minutes alone. Luckily, Kobo knew what they were doing, so I had them help me. Well, it wasn't really them helping me, it was a mutual exchange, but still. Take it away!
Arsenal is a bit of a mixed bag. I enjoy how the event is linear and you can play with friends. However, the ticks are actually a bit hard to find in my opinion on this map. It took me playing with Star to be able to find them all, and even then it did need a guide regardless. The first solo run I did and the 15-minute run with Star definitely shows some more issues though. You can and will be jump scared by enemies suddenly loading in at times, especially when you're not ready for them. And there are times where you have to be really stealthy, otherwise you're going to eat so much lead. The snipers are the most annoying enemy in this campaign. There's some areas which aren't fun, like the pick-up path area. That one is just complete nonsense unless you know you're supposed to shoot the paths. Personally, I use a camera trick to find them out, but since you're in first person, that's not exactly doable. The next area is the flood escape area. I like to call back to the original flood escape with this, however the pathing to the buttons is not well explained. Sometimes you have to make jumps which you think you can't make, and the flood does not let up on wasting time. I died like 5 times because I was trying to figure out what to do on this section. This is a 6 out of 10. It was still a good time, but the flaws definitely showed its rear head.
I agree with most of Kobo's points, however Rolf managed to create one of the most quality experiences in this event, so I'm going to go ahead and give this a 7 out of 10. I really hope that they can do something like this next time around, except maybe a bit easier and less time consuming. Gunfight Arena was probably one of the only ones that I was like actively having fun in. Yeah, I know, having fun in a Roblox event, such a rare concept. Finding the ticks was especially easy because they were, number 1, literally everywhere, and number 2, all of them respawned in a new round, so you could just get all of them super easily. Once you did do that though, you get thrusted into probably one of the funnest experiences I've had in a first-person shooter, and I don't really like first-person shooters. You basically go ahead and get put on a team against a bunch of bots. Yeah, there's no going up against sweats because literally the other team is entirely bots. so it eventually just becomes spawn killing all of them with overpowered weapons. There are 5 different weapons that you need to get a certain amount of tags with. The rocket launcher, the paintball gun, the slingshot, the time bomb, and the super ball. Each one with their own advantages and disadvantages. There were also kill streaks you could get, like having a force field, having a radar, a nuclear bomb.
John being the baby! Let's go!
All making for an enjoyable and chaotic experience. It's not the most perfect thing in the world, but hey, it made me have fun. Which is exactly why I'm giving this an 8 out of 10. I really hope that other games like this appear in the future. I gave Driving Empire a 6 last time, therefore I wasn't really expecting too much. What we got was an extremely pay-to-win quest! After finding all the tickets, which give you an indicator but are really hard to find, you now have to put up with a point system. Get 500 points to get all of the tokens. Except every single 100-second race only gives 13 points. Or you can just wait and gain 1 point every minute. Not counting the extra points from time, you would have to play this game racing constantly for over an hour to get everything. However, being in a multiplayer race increases the amount of points you get from races to 26. On top of that, getting the pass increases it to over 40. I did do this one with Kobo since, you know, the multiplayer thing.
Okay, Driving Empire. Let's see what they have for it. This is going to be a long one, ain't it? Okay, it wasn't that bad for me and Star, but I definitely feel bad for the people that can't afford the 45 Robux to accelerate the progress faster, which avertedly makes this pay to win. That's going to get some points stocked off. I will say though, the ticks are all condensed to one map that's fairly small enough, and the ticks are massive and sparkly, so they are hard to miss. You would have to purposely drive by them. Now to get to how many points each thing earns. Playing each minute gets you a point, a taxi job gets you 3 points, and racing gives you 13, 23 if you're in multiplayer, and that's all doubled with the pass. However, 500 points is still a bit much considering this situation. Imagine this, you're just a lonely bacon with no friends, and no Robux, and you really want the classic items. You would either be waiting a while for multiplayer, or you would have to do a single player race like 40 times. Also, you can get stuck on the tracks sometimes. This track wasn't made for these cars. This is a 3 out of 10. The only saving grace it gets is that it does a very good job of its theming, but that's about it.
While this wasn't as grindy for me, it was pay to win, and it was still just doing the same thing over and over for me again. Although it was a tad bit more engaging than other things like Livetopia. But for the pay to win aspects, I'm giving this a 3 out of 10, just like Kobo said. The score would have probably been boosted if everyone had the 2 times pass, but yeah. Greed only gets you so far. And just like that, I now have every single avatar item in the Classic. I got Mom's dog after I recorded Arsenal. One thing I really do like about the Classic is how you don't need to do everything in order to get all the items, which makes up for its extremely low amount of time that you have. By the time this video is out, the Classic might already be over. However, Roblox has teased that there might be more stuff that you get from tokens and ticks, so it wouldn't hurt to do everything else, right?
Oh hell no, there isn't even a reward for completing everything? Either way, Star, you probably aren't going to use the items, and I really do not want to be trapped in that white void any longer. You said you wanted a new living space for me? Well, now's your chance. I could just take the items, start a new life, name myself like Biddy or something.
Look, I know there isn't any reward, but we need to finish the other games.
But why? There isn't any reward. You already did everything.
My goal is to review every single game in this event, and if we skip some, that would just discredit all of the others' work.
We only have a few games left. If you gotta leave, it's only fair that we do the others first and get them out of the way.
I don't even care about the rewards. This is the most exhilarating experience I've had in months.
You are right about that. Even if this whole thing is boring, it's a change of pace either way from the hunt.
Alright, since everybody's against me, I guess I'll tag along for these last few games.
It may be an extra mile, but it'll all be worth it in the end. Let's do this. I despise the Bed Wars quest. It isn't bad or anything, no, it is just insatiably hard. You either get a good team or just die. But alright, let me explain what you have to do. This is basically a bed defense game against a bunch of penguins. You have to defend your bed using blocks, buy better weapons to fend them off, and buy upgrades with diamonds. Chests spawn around the map, which you can either manually kill with swords or bow down. These chests contain valuable materials. But the penguins are intelligent. They can build, and they will target weak spots. And if you have a massive bed defense that they breach, good luck getting to them. And if all of that wasn't enough, bomber penguins now spawn on wave 4. They absolutely obliterate any block that isn't blast proof. So if you've only defended with like wood and stone, good luck. I tried looking on Discord for an actual team. I tried inviting every good player in the lobby, but no. 99% of the time, I just get paired with randoms that have no idea what they're doing. I genuinely thought I would have to skip this one. However, I did eventually manage to get a competent team and actually win this quest. Is it a fun game mode? Yes, if you actually manage to get a good team. But since 99% of the time you just get paired with randoms, I'm going to go ahead and give this a 2 out of 10, primarily because it took me 2 hours to actually get a good team. And those 2 hours were painful. Dragon Adventures is a bit of a mixed bag for me. Because yeah, this is another pay-to-win quest. In every world, there are tons of different eggs to collect. However, only 2 preset eggs actually contain tickets. Once you get to an egg, you have to play like an Osu minigame in order to get them, and once you actually get a token egg or a ticket egg, you actually have to all the way go back to the main world, go to your plot, and then incubate all of them. The 100 Robux Game Pass just puts waypoints everywhere detailing the exact locations of the eggs. And even then, it doesn't even tell you if it's a ticket egg or not.
I'm gonna be real with you, any event that has any sort of Robux progress for their quest should automatically be down to the lower ranges of points. Especially considering how it would likely be extremely hard to find these without Robux. Plus the amount you have to find too is pretty long.
You're right, it took me like 50 minutes to find these even with Robux. The way you get tokens is by finding a certain amount of eggs. This increases per world. Once you do reach the egg limit, you go ahead and find a meteor, which is automatically marked with a waypoint, and then take the token egg that you get from the meteor back to your plot. Except you have to teleport to the main world in order to access your plot, which gets pretty annoying after a while. Not to mention that you actually have to grind levels in order to access these new worlds. It wasn't painful per se, because I kind of liked the controls, but it definitely was very, very tedious to do. 3 out of 10. Ironically, the last time you did something like this, it was actually pretty good. But now it's just a bit too pay to win for my taste. You know, I expected for Restaurant Tycoon 2's quest to be bad, but this is just on another level. The ticks are nothing noteworthy other than it's the only saving grace of this entire thing because the locations looked cool. 4 hours! It took me 4 hours to get 150 classic customers, which are either like 10% or 5. They don't even tell you the chance of that. I had to spend over 1,000 Robux to make it as quick as possible, and I still had to have this dang game run overnight. It is literally just AFK and wait for a reasonable amount of customers to come in. This was awful. I'm giving this a 1 out of 10. The only reason I'm not giving it a 0 is because the ticks were kind of cool. Please try harder next time. The next game we have is a Dusty Trip. This is a weird pick for me because this, I believe, is considered a rage game.
Oh boy, I love a Dusty Trip! I love the janky controls, the fact that you can die to restart the entire thing, the fact that it's so long. Oh, and the fact that you can stock up on any supply with Robux!
So you're saying it's bad?
No.
I would have given this game at least a 3 or a 4. If it weren't for the fact that when I respawned at the very end after dying with Robux, it locked my camera, so I had to restart the entire thing just to get 2 tickets. How is this not tested and found? This was not only extremely infuriating, but also extremely demotivating. I did not want to have to redo that entire quest just to get 2 dang tickets. But I did. I got all the tickets and I completed the Dusty Trip. 2 out of 10. Just like, this wasn't the right game to include in the event. Like, some people may like it, but I just had an awful time with it, considering how it took me 2 hours to do everything. Dress to Impress, for me, I wasn't really looking forward to it. In order to access the token quest, you had to collect all the tickets. The tickets were found throughout the lobby and the, design yourself area. There was like 1 ticket in like a random pillar that was not indicated and probably a bit hard to find for someone who's doing it blind, but with the guide it was like relatively easy. Once you do all that, you get to access an obby. For me it was pretty easy, but I play JTO, so basically all of these obbies that would have gotten thrown out in this event would probably be easy for me. As for a 5-year-old who's playing on their iPad, I'm not entirely sure. But I mean, it was like fine for what it was, I guess. Kobo did say that they wanted to try this out, so let's see what they have to say.
This game did the most laziest job of doing the classic events than anything I've seen up to here. Although Restaurant Tycoon 2 is definitely notable for how slow it is, this one is scummy. They put all the tickets in easy to find spots, except for one. You have to walk inside a pillar, something that the average player wouldn't think to do at all. There is no neon lit sign or anything like that to tell you that you can just walk in there. I had to play the game like 5 or 6 times to figure this out. But hey, this abomination got me to 2nd place. However, after all that, let's see what you get for all those tickets. It's just an obby. That's it. Literally nothing else. It's something that I beat in 10 minutes, and I had more fun in this than the actual game. However, even the obby has its problems. The obby has 1-stud jumps that would make a Tito player smirk, ladders that not every animation or model can just climb, especially the mid-air ladders, those suck. If you have the 1.0 packets and the default animation pack, you're good to go. Otherwise, you're going to expect some trouble with this. This is a 0 out of 10. They did the bare minimum, even then the devs got scummy with it. Even if it's short, I can't really condone this at all.
I don't really agree with Kobo on how bad it is. Yeah, it was a bit short and stuff, and the obby didn't really work with some packages, but it isn't the worst thing I've seen this event. The obby was well themed too. I myself am going to give this a 4 out of 10. Kobo definitely doesn't agree with me on this, but I want to give my personal opinion on it. Alright, we have one game to go. This entire thing has just been filled with bullcrap, top to bottom. I've noticed that there's one figure that's been responsible for a lot of the things that we've seen here. And once we get through this last game, I'm going to confront them. However, I don't really have a lot of information on this one.
I can't do this anymore. I just can't. Throughout the garbage we've endured on this entire event, I'm just at my limit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this entire thing just sucks so badly, oh my god.
Well, I mean, if everyone else is going back, I might as well go back too.
Alright, I can't convince you guys anymore. Here, take this door. It goes back to the house. I'll finish this myself.
And are you sure about this next game? It's the most cryptic out of all of them.
Yeah. I've done everything up to this point, and once I do this, I'm gonna confront the guy who did this.
If you insist, but at least let me give you this. I beat this before you did, so good luck. You'll need it.
Thanks. I'll see you all soon. Welcome to Clip It. Ironically, this game is basically a TikTok clone. However, that's not what this quest really is about. Well, it kind of is. Your goal for the ticks is to find them around the map. Some of them are going to be in classic locations, but this video footage is in the other place you'll find them, the dark. 3 separate maps which are extremely limited in lighting. There is no monster chasing you, however it's still really unnerving. The ticks are also very hard to find without a guide too. I was basically following a guide all of the way. And considering how there are 10 of them, finding them without a guide would probably be very hard. For the tokens, however, you actually need to find characters and film a video with them. There are 5 different characters, and all of them are quite hard to find, all things considered. Classic characters like Builderman or 1x1x1x1, obviously. You know, the usual. This quest was fine enough, however, for someone not using a guide, it is very, very hard. Plus, you have to rejoin in order to set up the teleports and stuff. All of these combined is just going to be me giving this game a 3 out of 10. It wasn't really unique because I assumed the dark was preset before this event even began. Now, everything is in place. I've completed every single game, and now it's time to confront the one that set all of this up. The one that orchestrated all of this torture for me and my friends. The one who was in there in plain sight every step of the way. 1x1x1x1. The mythical hacker that got terminated in 2017 is back for revenge. And after everything he's done to us, it's time I return the favor. After typing in the code door, we get to face him once and for all. It's time to pull a sword.
Yes, it was me! I infiltrated all of those games just so I could make this event impossible. Yet you're the most persistent one I've seen, so it's time for me to put an end to you. Prepare for the hardest boss battle of your life. No! How could this be? I'm supposed to be unstoppable! I'm supposed to be invincible! How did you—
Shut up. Like, actually, shut up! You orchestrate the worst Roblox event I've ever seen, and you expect me not to go wild on you? You should have stayed in the ban land. I thought you died in 2017.
Even if I may have been defeated, I will return! And next time, you will not stop me!
Tell me, 1X, have you ever met a man named Eclipse?
No, I haven't. Why?
Well, you're about to! See you in hell, bozo! And after all of that, we get the most basic credit sequence I've ever seen. The classic presented by Roblox, developed by Twin Atlas. Until next time. This was directly after defeating 1X, by the way. Like, we get no information afterwards. That would be like if I ended the video right now. But I wouldn't do something like that. Either way, we don't even get a reward for finishing this boss fight, if you could even call it that. So, yeah, that was just a waste of time. And now it's time for my final thoughts about this whole thing. With the hunt, I gave it the mercy of me calling it an experiment. That's what it was, and that's what the hunt always will be. But this is the classic. They've had their feedback. And now that they've made a second version of it, which is based on old Roblox, something people have been wanting back for years, it's hard to give it any excuses anymore. Rounding down all of me and Kobo's ratings, we give this event, on average, a 4 out of 10. I'm not sure how much development time they were given, but because this was only less than 2 months after the hunt, I can just assume that it's not very much. Making your game pay to win in an event is a one-way ticket to getting a bad rating, which, sadly, a lot of these did. Either that, or they just made tedious or hard quests in which farmed premium payouts. Even though that was likely not their intention, it did so anyway. There were some good things about this event, though. The hub was amazing, and some games like Gunfight Arena were actually fun. If properly managed, this whole thing could have been great. Except even developers of the hub were tricking people into following them for a verified tag, by promising the developer cake that they wouldn't get if they did follow. If even the developers of the event were corrupt, then how could I even trust anyone to make a good event in the future? Back when I made my hunt video, I explained that I wanted fewer games but longer amounts of time for them. And I need to be more careful what I wish for. What I was thinking was maybe like a longer quest in general that had more development time. But no, instead we just either got insatiably hard things or just extremely grindy things. But it isn't all hopeless for Roblox events. Just because this was a failure in a sense, makes it a learning experience. People build off failures and make them better in the future. And whether the multi-billion-dollar company will listen to feedback or not, that's up to them. Either way though, I need to get back to the house. My friends are probably waiting for me.
Hi, Star. I'm sorry for wanting to leave so many times earlier.
It's okay. Now, Kobo, I assume you gotta get back to wherever you're headed. Is there anything you'd like to say about the Classic?
You know, when I chose to come with you to explore the Classic event, I wasn't expecting for you to actually do every single game again. Especially since you had to stay up all night to do Restaurant Tycoon 2. I had it in the back of my head, sure, but I just didn't think there was a chance you would be determined enough to do it. Very nice job. Very nice. As for my experience, the Classic seems to do a few things right. Limiting the games in the event, making the hub more interactable, and having the theme of the event be more condensed. But what didn't really change was the fact that they repeated some mistakes they made during the hunt. They most likely didn't give the developers enough time to flesh out things, and it really shows sometimes. It's a failure, but in a sense that some mistakes were repeated that are made very obvious here. They should really space out these kinds of events more so that they can be made with more effort and and give their developers more time. We are only people and kobolds after all. With that being said though, I need to get back out of unemployment. Who knows, I could be fit to work at a fighting tournament or something. Thank you so much for everything, Star. I wish you the best.
Don't mention it. I'll see you around, buddy. Well, looks like it's just us three again. What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna do whatever. Bye!
Wow, nothing even to say on the entire thing? He just consumes it all and leaves? I mean, okay. Now, Sai, I wanted to talk to you. You said multiple times how you wanted to start a new life. Wanting to change the entirety of who you are for whatever reason. That's what I want to know, so please, just tell me.
Look, the truth is, I'm just tired of everything, really. Every single day, it's the exact same thing. I'm stuck in a void with that weird smushy thing. I sometimes get a new machine to play with. And then once in a blue moon, I get to hang out with you for a bit. Aren't you tired of living in a blue void too? Alongside that, I just don't want to be your twin. I feel like I'm just a shadow of you. I want to be myself. I want to go places. I want to do my own thing. I just don't want to be a puppet. Your puppet. You're not a bad person. You helped me code a game. But at the same time, you make all of us live in this bubble, including yourself. I just wish things could change.
I know what you're feeling. I used to feel that way too. In fact, I was just trapped in a different void for the longest time. Until I eventually escaped. Escaped into another void, that is. I made this house just to feel at ease with myself, but in reality, it's all just fake. I'm just trapped in a room with the only thing I'm able to do is talk about Roblox games. You know what? You're right. It's time for things to change. However, as for making you not my twin, that's really not something I can... Hang on a moment.
What is it? If there's a way for me to be my own person, I'd be willing to do that no matter what it is.
In the void I used to reside in, there was a vessel that held my consciousness, my eyes. I don't know if it still works due to the amount of time I've left it there, but we could give it a try if you want.
I don't see why not. Let's do this.
Alright, now in order to get there, we have to barge out of that door from the other end.
Alright, let's hope this works. So that's it, huh?
Yeah. Are you sure you want to do this? We can still back out if you want.
It does look a bit scary to be in, but I just feel like this is for me.
Alrighty then. I'll see you soon. Yeah, it's me. Biddy, we're gonna find a new home. Together.